Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Fernando.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Does anyone have anything to say? I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll move on to city council closed session. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we have 7 items on tonight's agenda. The first item is Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property, Property APN 261130002 and 253160059. Agency negotiators Richard Tree. Negotiating parties is the City of Porterville and the State of California Department of General Services. Under negotiation is terms and price. Item number 2 is Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator Richard Tree and Juliana Andrade. Employee organizations include Management and Confidential Series, Porterville Safety Support Unit, Porterville City Employee Association, and the unrepresented management employees. Item number 3 is Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim, claimant Daniel Tapia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 4, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Cell versus the City of Porterville et al., Tulare County Superior Court case number VCU 313488. Item number 5, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Southern California Edison Company versus the California State Board of Equalization. In the Orange County Superior Court, case number 30-2025-01534286. Item number 6, Government Code Section 54956.D2 or .9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And finally, item number 7, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. At this time, we will go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene to open session and report on any reportable actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on item number A3, liability claim of Daniel Ayala, on a motion by Mayor Meister, seconded by Vice Mayor McCurvey, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'll ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Honorable Councilman Rivas, and then please remain standing for an invocation.
Salute. Pledge.
If anyone would like to give an invocation, this is the time.
Dear Lord, we gather here tonight to serve our community, grateful for the opportunity to work toward the betterment of our city. We ask for your wisdom to guide the members of this council that they may make decisions with integrity, empathy, and foresight. Grant them the ability to listen deeply, understand conflicting perspectives, and work in unity for the common good. May their decisions be respectful and their actions bring prosperity and security to all residents. We also pray for our staff, first responders, and all who keep our city safe and vibrant. Strengthen them in their work. Bless our deliberations tonight that we may act justly and lead wisely. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Okay, we'll move on to council's comments. Councilman Beltran, you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll start off briefly. Just want to recognize the crowd here. Thank you all for coming out. I hope it's comfortable enough. I want to just start off by the last city council meeting. Just the behavior and the comments made by both sides. I was saddened to see that there were a number of youth here from schools that were going to talk, and the youth commission here that gave presentations, and we had a member of the public use profanity, and it was sad because he was also being recognized as a member of the community at a leadership role, and to have that behavior in front of these young adults that were coming in and participating in these meetings, it was just, kind of saddens me that, we're here, if we even disagree, that we don't conduct ourselves professionally, and especially when there's, area youth in here looking for examples of what leadership looks like. And so I hope tonight we can conduct ourselves professionally and be a good example for our community.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Green?
Oh, I don't really have any other comment other than I think I kind of echo Raymond's sentiments on the behavior.
It was well said.
Yep, thank
Councilman Rivas?
No, I concur with Mr. Beltran's statements.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
Yeah, and, that being said, we've been coming together for, 14 months now, and I think the tone has actually gotten a lot better, and it's great to see everybody out tonight. There's a lot of community spirit. We had some breaks in the last couple of meetings where we were out interacting with the crowd, and there's a lot of great discussions going on. So despite some things that do happen, I think we got a great conversation going in our city, and we all need to be above the line and not below the line, and some of us cross that line sometimes, so let's check ourselves. I appreciate those comments. They're great comments. I had the opportunity to go and speak yesterday at the PC baseball dedication of the new grounds out there at Porterville College, and I got a chance to see Rick Elkins, the former editor of the paper. I used to work with Rick back in the 80s. It was a great opportunity to lift up our young athletes out at Porterville College, because they just dedicated this great ball field to our city, and they're going to be using that in conjunction with some of our local schools, which used to be done when I was a kid. So now you got Porterville, Wenatchee, and those guys going to be able to play ball out there. So a lot of great opportunities, a lot of things that are going on out there at the Porterville College, and they're really have fielded a terrific ball club and got some good men and women lifting that up. But one of the young men that's running the new organization out there, his name is J.L. Buchanan, actually raised over $100,000 over the last 5 years and to help that project along. And it's just great to see the leadership out there and the community spirit out there at our college. I went to the American Legion recently, and we presented the 100 and 250 celebration that we're going to do for the dedication of the Washington Monument in our Veterans Park this summer. And we asked them for support, and they were very excited about it. I think that we're going to get a lot of support from them. As veterans, they're very in tune with what we're trying to do and celebrate our 100 in the city and our 250 in our country. And I was able to make a contact with Raul Sanchez up at the Legion of Valor in Fresno, and he's going to come out and he's going to be part of this dedication that we do this summer. And he's going to talk about all of the military branches and their history. It's going to be a great event. So as that continues to build, we'll see some dates and we'll see some opportunities for the community to come together around veterans and around celebrating our heritage. I'd like to thank the staff and the operations for some work out on Lombardi. There's definitely some improvement with the Brookside subdivision out there. We know that there would be some. The lane that comes down is one of the biggest bottlenecks in the city, if not the biggest bottleneck. Some of the traffic is now able to go through the new houses. I know the people that just bought houses there are not too happy about it, but the traffic is able to get away from the school now, even though we haven't satisfied the legal requirement for the school to have 2 ingress and egress. We are moving in the right direction, and the traffic is a little bit better as we move south on Lombardi. Thanks to the staff for putting in a second lane and striping over there. It's helped a little bit and helped to ease some of the congestion for all the people that have suffered through that traffic issue for some time. We still have a long way to go. We had a great conversation with the Burton superintendent and leadership this past week, and we're aligned on that. Originally in 2006, when we committed as a city and as a school to put that school there, the superintendent at that time made a commitment to get that traffic solved before we opened that school in 2013. This is 20 years ago. We're reevaluating that. We're reconnecting on that relationship with the new superintendent, and we're working towards a goal to solve that problem, not only to comply with state law, but to help all of the folks that are stuck in that line every day, morning and afternoon for 45 minutes. It's a safety issue. It's a drain on our resources, and it's not great for the people that live in that neighborhood. So we're making some great progress on that. I had the pleasure of going on a tour of the tribe. The chairman and the vice chair invited me and A.J. Rivas out to tour the tribe last week and look at the grounds. It's just beautiful up there. They've done so much work at the tribe. It's amazing to see how much progress the tribe has made since I used to go there when I was a kid. And it was just a great opportunity to build relationships with the tribe as we continue to develop the MOU and the things that we're doing with the casino to make sure that we're serving each other in our great community. We have this commitment that we are a destination, not only for Porterville, but for the casino. But if we work together and we do it right, we can lift each other up. And it's great to see that relationship continuing to build this year. And lastly, and I would say, local chapter 35 met. It was a PERS meeting this past week, and I got a chance to chat with Luana Tate, one of the former council members. And it was a really great opportunity to talk about things that are going on with that community of retired people and the things that are going on in our state and the challenges with finances and things of that nature. So I got to network with a few new people and some of the old. And so it was a great opportunity to engage with the community. I wanted to say those things, get them on the record. I'm very optimistic about the things that are going on in our community. There's a lot of spirit out there. There's a lot of optimism. Despite all the things that we see on the television or on the internet, people are coming together. People are working together. Relationships are forming. Relationships are building. And the comments that are made at the beginning of the meeting are saying, hey, let's all work together and let's build each other up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, some of the things that I've done over the last couple of weeks, March 6th, I went in red to Santa Fe Elementary School. That was the third school that I did the week of Read Across America in celebration of Dr. Seuss. And I want to thank all the school teachers and assistants that reached out and had me come and read to the students. It was a lot of fun. The 11th, I met with a local developer. We talked about annexation of county islands within our city and trying to create some development opportunities. And then also looking at our inland plots within our city, because we have a lot of vacant plots in our city, and looking at development standards, how we can incentivize developers to go to work on these areas. And then 12th, I met with Burton Burton School District, and we talked about our baseball fields MOU, but we also covered Lombardi Road, as the vice mayor just covered, and then also talked about the old drive-in theater and what some of the plans are in the future for Burton School District off of Newcomb and Putnam. And then we ended with the message of coming together in collaboration for partnerships on future projects. And it's really important to communicate with our local government agencies like PUSD, Burton School District, Sierra View. We have to work at Porterville College. We need to work together in collaboration to beautify our city and going forward. And then I'd end with just, it's a sad note, but it's a strong note as well, in the sense of we had our first homicide in 3 years here in Porterville over this last weekend. And our police department, our detectives, were able to bust this guy in 30 hours. And so hats off to our police department. It sets the tone. We're not going to put up with it in our little town. And so I just want to, hats off to our police department and all the hard work that they're doing to keep us safe. Keep it up. We greatly appreciate it here in the city of Porterville. Okay, with that, we'll move on to reports, the city commission and committee meetings. Arts Commission met February 18th. Is there anyone from Arts Commission? Come forward, ma'am. Is the green light on there?
Oh,
Now you're
it's
on.
loud. Okay, so our quarterly meeting of January 27th didn't have a quorum, so we had a special meeting on February 18th to discuss having a booth at the 2026 Spring Festival, which was approved by the Arts Commission, and our next regularly scheduled quarterly meeting is on April 28th, 2026. And there is still a youth seat available at this time. So if anybody has any youth that are interested, send them our way.
Gotcha. Ma'am, this is the first, what's your name?
Bonnie, I'm sorry.
Bonnie. First time we've got a report that I could recall. It's great to have you here today. I would like to throw out an invitation if you would come to our next Heritage meeting. It'd be great to have you.
Our next what?
Heritage Committee meeting. It's an ad hoc committee where we're working on beautifying the city of Porterville.
Oh, okay.
Kind of some of the things you're seeing down Main Street with our new mural, painting of the fire hydrants.
And when is that?
Mr. Moore, would you? Yeah.
I'll get the contact information from you and get it for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
it's not yet announced, but
Okay.
would love to have you there.
Okay,
Does council have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, Two Talk, Transaction and Use Tax Oversight Committee met February 25th. Is there anyone from Two Talk? I'm not seeing anyone. Parks and Leisure Service Commission met March 5th. Okay. Arlene, make a hole.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Service Leisures Commissioner Arlene Pena with our commission report. Okay, an exciting project at Murray Park is nearing its completion. There is new play area, extended shade, bench seating, and ADA connectivity added on the west side of the park. The project was funded by Community Development Block Grant Park Improvement Funds. March 4th marked the first day of summer pool rentals for the public. Almost every slot for the entire summer was reserved within a few minutes. Lifeguard hiring session is upon us. Preparation for its opening, the pool is in May. The Red Cross lifeguard training courses will be offered in April. The Youth Fishing Derby took place last Saturday. The event was again a sellout. Many fish were caught by boys and girls ages 2 to 15. Trophies were awarded to the top 3 in each age division, and prizes were handed out.
Awesome.
The annual egg hunt takes place at Veterans Park on April 3rd. 3 different hunts spanning ages 2 to 9 will be held. Thousands of candy and toy-filled eggs will be snatched up in just a few seconds. The Wall of Fame ceremony will be held March 27th at noon at Centennial Park. Dal Anderson, Susan Uptain, Catherine Capone, John Lucy, and David Horowitz will be honored. That will make 86 members of the Wall of Fame located in the City Hall since its inception in 2007. As for youth sports, Junior Giants baseball and softball registration begins April 1st. Arena soccer games are going on now at the sports complex, and youth track and field is also in its season with practice at Porterville College on Fridays. That concludes the report, and thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Arlene. I got it, before you run,
Yes.
the pool filled out in just a couple of minutes?
It happens. Even as a teacher trying to reserve spots for the school, it reserves within minutes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good thing, but I think it also justifies a reason to bring more splash parks to
Yeah,
town.
it's a good commodity. Yes.
That's my thought out loud. Does council have any other questions?
Thank you for the great report, Eileen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay, with that, we will move on to Library and Literacy Commission, met March 10th. Right.
Good evening. My name is Irene Ortega. I'm the chair for the Literacy Commission, and I'm here to give the report in our last meeting. So if we can have the next slide, please. Our library program, I'm just going to go over some of our library programs and events that we've had over the last few months. So we recently had 1,000 books for kindergartners. So our library program designed to encourage parents to read with their young children before they enter kindergarten. As they complete books in intervals of 100, they receive prizes. And at the end of the program, they receive a free book. And then there's a picture there of our recent graduate of the program, Brian, who is pictured here with his certificate of completion. The library continues to host monthly crafts. In January, we had 48 participants. In February, we had 35 participants. And pictured here, we have some completed do-it-yourself Valentine's Day cards from our craft event in February 11th and a paint night. We also are continuing game days. The library continues to host monthly game days. In January, there were 89 participants. In February, we had 72 participants. And pictured here are some pictures from our game day on February 10th. We also have bilingual story time. The library continues to host weekly bilingual story times. In January, we had 94 participants. In February, we had 98 participants. And here you can see our story time from January 22nd. We also have our book clubs. We have book clubs for all ages who continue to meet every month. In January, there were 34 book clubs participants overall. In February, we had 26 book club participants. And pictured here is our adult book club meeting on February 28th. And then lastly is our calendar of events. You can see our full calendar events here up on the side. We also have it on our website. I thank you for your time and having me here this evening. Do you have any questions for me?
Irene, thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it. I visited the library this week. They said they had a great time at the Dr. Seuss event. Were you able to attend that?
I was not able to attend because our school district had me busy with some of our Reading Across America, but I will tell you that I've been to some of the events that they've had throughout the months, and it's just great to see our community being able to participate in some of our programs. And then also our district will host activities during the summer at the library for our families that come for lunch.
Well, great report. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us. There's a lot of great things happening at our temporary library, and we're hopeful that we're going to have a really nice new library here within a few years. So great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Thank you for that report.
Great job, Irene. Thank you.
you.
Okay, and then we have Youth Commission met March 11th. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. So we'll move on to oral communication. At this time, I'm going to, because we have many here tonight, I'm going to change the rules to 2 minutes per person so that everyone has an opportunity to speak tonight. Everyone needs an opportunity to speak tonight. We still have city business to get to. So we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. And please come forward at this time.
Brock Neely, address on record. I respectfully request that you pull item 15, explain to the public why and how you're doing this. And also, in 2006, you need to talk to your brother-in-law. That school was not in the city. It was county. It was their failures.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Rosa Lopez, and my address is San Fio. I'm here talking regarding item 15, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a current employee with the city. I understand the decision before you. It's not going to be easy, especially knowing how 19 families will be affected. I'm here tonight for the many dedicated city employees whose positions are at risk. Our roles differ, but our mission is the same, keeping the city running safely and responsibility. Administrative assistants work quietly behind the scenes, keeping departments organized and helping residents find the answers they need. We're often the first voice someone hears when they call the city, and in those moments, whether it's a worried neighbor or small business owners, we represent the city. Inspectors help ensure that our buildings, homes, and businesses are safe and that building codes are followed. Engineers plan and oversee projects that shape the city's infrastructure like our roads, utility, and public spaces. Permit technicians help residents and business navigate the complicated but crucial process so they can build and grow in our community. Together, these roles support the work that keep our city moving. Each task may seem small on its own, but together, it helps the city projects moving, neighborhoods safe, and residents supported. Vice Mayor McCurvey, as a representative of my district, I hope you understand how deeply important it is for residents to feel that their city government is truly accessible and responsive to them. Many of us are not just workers here. We are tax-paying citizens who build and live in our community. Our families are here, our children grew up and attend schools here. We invest our time, our resources, and our hopes in this city because our future is tied to it. All we ask is that we feel heard, respected, and represented by the leaders entrusted with serving us. Before the final decision is made, I ask that the value of these positions and the people who fill them be carefully considered. These roles represent years of experience, knowledge, and dedicated to the public service.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Hello, my name is Leo Hernandez, and it's an honor to be here. I am the last assistant engineer hired by the city. I was hired May of last year, and my role was to come in and help train the assistant engineering staff with the latest civil engineering workflow and best practices for the industry standard CAD software that we use. I was also tasked to develop and creating ready-made catalog, dynamic tools, and it's custom made specifically for the city CAD technicians and assistant engineers to help speed up the process of creating production plans in-house so that we can circumvent the need to hire expensive outside consultants. Our city engineer, Daniel Cervantes, Sarah Weaver, and I have implemented an employee performance evaluation program and a workflow audit system to get us all the engineers motivated and to help work and produce more efficiently. I can proudly say that we've achieved this goal, and we are now all on board utilizing these new tools and their refinements to our workflow. These changes have sped up the production of projects and is helping us to use our time more proficiently as we are tactfully addressing the backlog left behind by our previous leadership. Although I have been with the city for only 10 months, I have worked in this industry for 36 years in the private sector. My goal was to come here and to help add my skill set to the city that I love and grew up in. I am incredibly grateful for the good fortune I've had working with this team of very talented and technically savvy people. We all acknowledge the changes that need to be made, and we have actually been proactive in addressing these issues daily. We have been scrutinized today. Dramatic changes are being proposed as a reaction to the leadership failures that we've had in the past. Our city engineer has given us full support in the new workflow and technical changes we have made. This has freed him up so he can focus on being a city engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
I get 3 minutes across one way or another. Richard Eckhoff. Real quickly, on the meeting on the 3rd, the mayor opened the meeting with a motion that was illegal. You cannot make a motion for something that is not on the agenda, and you can't do it before you let people have a chance to talk about it. Item 15, considering the magnitude of this proposal, for staff to recommend approval is extremely premature. To put something this critical on the consent calendar is an apparent attempt to hide it from the public and prevent public input. The proposed consolidation outsourcing works only for the small cities that can't afford the service. Porterville does not fit that mold. The mayor proposes all planning review and inspections be outsourced, plans to cut regulations, reduce design standards, and allow the market to dictate how buildings are designed and constructed. By doing so, the city is stating unequivocally that it no longer cares about the welfare and the safety of its citizens. In short, the city will abdicate its authority to unnamed outsiders who have no allegiance to or interest in the betterment of the community. Just to give an example, let you know who I am. I'm Richard Eckhoff. I'm a Porterville business owner, former Main Street board chair, chair of the S&H committee years ago, and on the TUTOC committee following, and a 3-year member of the Porterville Redevelopment Advisory Committee. There's more information in what I handed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhoff.
I'm just curious about one thing. My name is Stephen Kimbrough.
Thank you,
I
sir.
live at 369 East Mill. I grew up on this street, and I left for 50 years, Navy, and then working around the world. Like many in my era, left, never came back.
Please speak louder, I can't hear. And then in the hallway, there's only one microphone for the whole, everybody.
Go ahead and pull the mic down to your, thank you, ma'am.
Anyway, left for 50 years, Navy, worked around the world, came back. 2 weeks ago, after the last council meeting, I left a package with the city manager and with the clerk. And also I sent an email to each one of you. It describes the defense manufacturing opportunity built around the city's most valuable, most ignored asset. The military airspace directly over our airport, sitting at the entrance to the most important weapons test center in the United States. This proposal asks for one thing, to direct the city manager to spend 30 days finding out that that opportunity is real. I'm not asking for budget or land use change, just 30 days of some staff attention. I have just one question for you, and that is, did you read it?
Thank you, Mr. Kimber.
Martha Flores, address on file. Mayor and members of council, I am here as a standalone. I request that item number 15 be pulled from the consent calendar and placed as a scheduled matter. An item of this magnitude deserves comments, questions, and explanations during a council meeting. My rationale and questions. In a review of the March 3rd meeting agenda relevant to consent items 4 and 5 of that agenda, RFQs have not yet been done nor completed. Regarding consent items 17 and 18 of that same agenda, were those the consultants that were hired to determine the deficiencies at that dollar amount? Have they completed their outlined tasks for the scope summaries for today's meeting of March 17th? Was there open discussion with department employees prior to bringing this proposal for approval? It appears it will happen afterwards, or that the decision has already been made. References made to other cities, but they are not identified. What cities are referenced? Are they similar in size, economic base, and governance, demographics, and goals? There were no specifics. Do job descriptions and qualifications exist for the positions of the new structure? Are they available for review? Were positions filled prior to the existence of job descriptions and qualifications? Finally, you imply a net zero fiscal impact. Where are the financial analysis justifications and dollar amounts? Why were they not provided in open discussion prior to seeking approval through the consent calendar? I am appreciative of your time and look forward to your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Ricardo Bustamante, my address is on file. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and all that in attendance. We know that City Council has the same objectives as we do. We have been entrusted to serve the community and our city citizens to the best of our ability. It is also our ethical responsibilities to make it easy as possible for businesses and development to move smoothly and quickly as possible through our system, public review, planning, and ultimately approval. Now, we understand the need to remove waste and unnecessary expenses. We understand the delays and the red tape that have been drawn all of this attention. We have been actively fixing this in interest of all of us. We ask that you just please give us a chance to prove it. Private sectors, consultants have no knowledge that the city staff has accumulated over the years of in-house experience. And out of the 19 that are on this, that's 104 years of experience gone. Now, we know how to navigate through the vast archives of plans and existing infrastructures that built the city of Porterville. See, we have a symbolic and a dynamic work relationship here. All departments lending their unique area of accommodating knowledge to help each other with any technical challenges. We serve the city. We serve our community. We are a part of this community. We are invested in the community. Why? Because we live here. We are from Porterville. Many of them live here. Their children go to school here. Their grandkids go to school here, and many are employed here. This important work needs to be done by its own citizens, not a third-party firm that only has one interest: payment. Let us complete what we are started. I say this with the best interest of the community in heart and fiscal responsibility in mind, and with all respect.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Garola, and my address is on file. I'm requesting that item 15 be pulled so that there can be discussion on it and that it be moved before scheduled matters. What I don't see in all the information that I reviewed is a cost analysis informing you of a true cost that this is going to take, and also the toll it's going to take on our departments here in the city. I've reviewed some of the cities who have moved to this type of position. There are not many. I've done the research, I've looked, and they generally are smaller. They're not our size. We are not a small city. Instead, you're going to hire consultants, and just as the gentleman said before me, who have a knowledge and history of our community. They understand it. They know where things go and how to put them together. Consultants don't. And then you're going to have them do inspections as well, and you're paying them $154,000 without any previous meetings or a special meeting to have a discussion on it. This isn't a small step, it's a large step in our community. So what are we doing? Are we privatizing the planning and engineering department? Are these positions going to be eliminated and their salaries are going to affect our community? They're going to affect their families, their livelihood. Many of them maybe just have been hired. And now what? We're going to put them out on the street? We're better than that. This city is going to lose a large amount of money to our businesses, small and large businesses who need that revenue. They do business here. The consultants don't do business here. And I'm going to say it out loud once. I do not like hiring people who do not live within our service area. They take the money away from our businesses in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Garola.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. My name is George Gudino. Address is on file. I'm here to talk about item 15. I'm proud to work for the city of Porterville and serve the residents of this community. I'm also one of the 19 employees that will be affected by tonight's proposed reorganization. Like everyone here, I want Porterville to grow, attract investment, and provide efficient services to the public. But I'm deeply concerned that this proposal may move the city in the opposite direction. The staff who currently serve in the community development and engineering are more than names on an organizational chart. They are the people who understand Porterville's infrastructure, development history, zoning challenges, and the day-to-day needs of the community. That institutional knowledge has been built over many years, and it isn't something that can be easily replaced or outsourced. This proposal shifts much of that work to consultants. While consultants can play an important role, they often come at significantly higher rates. In California, technical consultants commonly bill between $125 and $400 per hour, depending on expertise. For example, recent quotes have shown that locally, inspectors typically charge between $105 and $170 per hour, often with additional travel time, while design consultant engineers range from $129 to $290 per hour. By comparison, city staff performing the same work will typically cost far less per hour when salary and benefits are averaged over time. Beyond cost, there are also service impacts. When residents, contractors, or developers need answers, they currently have direct access to city staff who are here every day. When services are outsourced, response times can be slow because consultants are often managing multiple clients and projects. This equates to longer turnaround times for plan reviews, permits, and inspections, delays that ultimately affect housing, local businesses, and economic development. An additional financial impact that deserves careful consideration is when consulting costs rise, and historically they do. These expenses don't just simply disappear. The costs are typically passed on through higher development fees and increased project costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Anderson. Choose Porterville. It's the official name of the City of Porterville social media page. And yet this council is choosing to farm out jobs. Shop local is the city's official campaign because research has demonstrated that every dollar spent locally produces $2 to $5 in return. And yet this council has decided to send money away from Porterville. Tonight, this council will vote to increase the unemployed population of Porterville. Tonight, you will vote to not shop local and use our local talent, which is plentiful, but rather to send money outside of Porterville and send talent from Porterville to benefit other cities. You are choosing to have them spend their disposable income elsewhere. You are choosing not to multiply every local dollar, but rather to send that money to other cities. There are other ways money could be saved: by not building an unneeded playground to play politics, by not spending thousands to wrap buses, which were a source of income with their advertising, and other projects just to stroke your egos. Tonight, the City Council will vote to become mediocre and to not shop local and not choose Porterville. There's one other thing I'd like to mention. Of all nights, to drop the limit from 3 minutes down to 2 minutes, you should be ashamed. This is an opportunity for these employees and for the public to express their opinions and their viewpoints. And shame on you for limiting that.
Thank you, Karen.
Good evening. My name is Gladys Gonzalez, and my address is on record. Over the past several weeks, much has been said about budgets, restructuring, and the elimination of positions within our department. Others will speak about how these changes may affect residents, business owners, developers, and contractors from a service standpoint. I would like to speak about something a little different tonight: relationships. For many of us in this department, our work is about more than plans, permits, inspections, or projects. Over the years, we have built genuine relationship with the people we serve. The residents, business owners, contractors, and developers who walk through our doors don't just see us as employees behind a counter or names on an email signature. They know us, we know them. They trust us just as we trust them. They notice when a familiar face is missing. They ask about our families and share about theirs. These may seem like small things, but together they represent something much bigger: trust, familiarity, community. These relationships were not built overnight. They were built over years of showing up, being consistent, and doing our jobs with care and integrity. We lived and learned alongside this community during COVID, where we worked through uncertainty together. And when the floods of 2023 devastated parts of our community, we worked alongside residents and businesses trying to rebuild and recover however we could. In moments like that, government is not just a system. It becomes people helping people. That is what many of us have tried to be for this community. So while this decision may be about positions on paper, to many people in this community, it will feel like something else entirely. It will feel like losing people they know and trust. Local government works best when it is built on trust and familiarity. Those things cannot be outsourced, and they cannot be quickly rebuilt once they are gone. And relationships like these take years to build, but only a moment to lose. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
I ask that everybody please talk. You can't believe how many people are, just stop the time so I can talk to you. You have no idea how many people are lining both sides of the hallway out there, and there's one speaker. So please, talk real loud, and everybody here, please talk real loud when you get up, okay? Okay, I'm gonna start. My name's Jean Valafiatis, everything's on record. I called crossing the line when the Porterville City Council continues to spend over $118,000 tax dollars on bus wraps, decals, and other signage that depicts your interpretation of your religious faith. It does not represent the faith, beliefs of the general population. You have crossed a legal line and a moral line. You say it was voted for. How many people of varying backgrounds and faith were asked to vote? What city employees write letters for political causes that sub-council members believe in? When that is crossing the line, using taxpayers' money to support your personal political belief is wrong. When 2 top police officers suddenly leave for health reasons and a replacement officer mysteriously without public ceremonies initiated, that is crossing the line. When suddenly it is proposed to eliminate 19 other city employee positions without clear transparency and justification to the taxpayers of Porterville, that is crossing the line. Is this the continued boast of Mayor Meister when you boasted with pride last year, or I dismantled the administrative side of Porterville? We can correct our own laws. When the mayor and vice mayor publicly name-call members of the audience because they speak in disagreement to your actions, that is crossing the line. When the mayor publicly makes an unsubstantiated statement based on his personal faith, using words to accuse 1/3 of Generation Z of using suicide, you cross the line of political rights, moral rights, and human decency. Mr. McCurry, you made an unsubstantiated statement that our children are being indoctrinated in schools. They will teach our children their perversion of that religion. That is crossing the line. People of Porterville, please pay attention to what is going on in this council. There are some members who want to take control of the city, run for their own personal power, not for the good of all Porterville citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Maggie Salazar, address is on file. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I work in the city's Economic Development Division, and my position is one of the positions that is going to be eliminated. I am honored to serve my community in this role and was grateful to be recognized as Employee of the Month in October 2025. Porterville is not just where I work, it is my home. I raised my son here, and I care deeply about the success of our community. Stepping into this role, I have worked diligently to build strong relationships and support the many business owners, developers, real estate brokers, and property owners who are exploring opportunities in Porterville. I serve as a community liaison and am the first point of contact for individuals who are looking to expand their business, guiding them through city processes and connecting them with programs such as financial assistance and other resources that the city offers. Through our Shop Local campaign, participation has grown from about 50 businesses when I began in 2024 to 60 businesses in 2025, helping promote local services and encouraging the community to keep spending their money here in Porterville. In December 2025, the mayor participated in the Shop Local campaign, and it was great for the community. Thank you for that. A key part of my work is business recruitment and relationship building. Through the city's participation, I have attended the ICSC conference and have built connections that contributed to Burlington locating here in Porterville. I will attend again this year, and I have a few connections and meetings with retailers that would like to bring their business here. Economic development is about business relationships, creating opportunities, and supporting the businesses that make our community strong. The work we do helps generate investment, support job creation, and strengthen the local economy that benefits everyone in Porterville. I am proud of the work I've done and what I've accomplished in my short time with the city. All of this work is possible because
Thank you, Ms. Salazar.
I choose Porterville.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Chris Leon, City of Porterville resident. A little bit about myself. I'm a City of Porterville long time. I grew up here, went to schools here, went away for a while, came back. State of California has my work experience for architecture, licensed surveying, civil engineering. A little bit to let you know, I know a little bit about what you're thinking about doing. I've worked in Cambria for an architect, Bakersfield an architect. I worked 2 blocks away from here for a local engineer for 30 years, 7 years in this engineering department. What you're doing to this staff by reducing them to minimal process of whatever's gonna happen, the implications are so far reaching you haven't even considered it yet. 2 examples. Delano, subdivision built in the 70s. Property owner wants to develop his garage into a little ADU. Consultant wants an engineered grading plan on 40 square feet of dirt. $10,000 to $15,000 he's gonna be charged. Fought him, got it reduced. Woodlake, in the middle of Woodlake. A laundromat wants to be rebuilt. Consultant wants a soils report. For what? In the middle of Woodlake. Soil's not gonna change. Who is paying? The property owners are paying. The implications that you're not seeing is far down the road, the property owners are gonna stop working in here. You're gonna be less than net zero. You're gonna be losing money. Going from private property owner through me to consultant is not conducive to property owners. They have no idea what they're doing. It's up to us to navigate that. And to have to work around that, not to mention the stress you're gonna put on the staff that's left. Minimal staff. Nobody's thought about this yet. Think about it.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. My name is Sergio Esquivel, and my address is on file. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Standing here before you feels very familiar. Just 6 months ago, I was invited to this very podium to be recognized as Employee of the Month. My family was present that evening, and I remember standing here while each of you heard about my dedication, hard work, and service to the community. I was presented that award in front of my family, and some of you even asked to take photos with us to commemorate the moment. Tonight, I'm here because of the deep commitment I have to this organization and this community. My position, along with many others, is currently being considered for transition to outside consultants or third parties. I want to humbly share why I believe that the human investment we provide as city employees is something that cannot be easily replicated by a contract or a firm. As employees who live and work right here in the area, we are more than just staff, we are stakeholders. When we oversee projects or ensure that work within our city limits meets the required standards, we aren't just fulfilling a contract. We are building the infrastructure that our own families, our neighbors, and our children use every day. When a resident calls with a problem, we don't just see a number, we see a neighbor. Often I am the first person a neighbor speaks to when they have a concern. I don't just file that away in a system. I go on site immediately to assess the issue and hold the contractor accountable for the solution. We bring a level of personal responsibility to this work because we are employees who are truly invested in the future of our community. We dedicate our careers to serving the public and supporting the goals of this council. Whether it's a permit, an inspection, or a major project, we are personally invested in the success because we are part of the fabric of this community. Recognitions like Employee of the Month program is meaningful because it reinforces that this level of dedication is exactly what the city values. As you weigh these decisions, I ask to consider the impact of having a staff that is truly rooted here. We are all committed to providing the level of service and accountability that you've come to expect from your city team, the kind of work that we take great pride in performing every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Diane Wagner, and I'm a resident of this city. I'm here tonight to register my strong opposition to the restructuring and privatization plan proposed for the engineering, community development, and planning departments. I want to be direct. This proposal is not a modernization or streamlining process. It is a dismantling. For generations, this city's planning, engineering, community development departments have been staffed by professionals who live here, raise families here, and who have dedicated their careers to this community. These are not interchangeable items in a line items in a budget. They're institutional memory of this city. They know our neighbors, our history, our infrastructure, and our people. You cannot contract that out. And once you let it walk out of the door, you cannot get it back. Let's be honest about what privatization actually delivers. It delivers accountability gaps. When a consultant misses a deadline or makes a costly error, residents have no recourse. There's no ballot box for a consulting firm. There is no public hearing where you can demand answers from a contractor who answers to shareholders in another city, not to you and not to us. The cost argument deserves scrutiny too. That there are no savings projections that you guys have given us. No severance costs, unemployment obligations, any of that stuff. And there will be cost overruns due to price of rebidding contracts or the cost of starting over every time a consultant relationship ends mid-project. When you add it all up, and someone should, privatization often costs more, not less. You are eliminating positions whose salaries return a minimum of $2.2 million to this city businesses, while at the same time increasing the cost to the cities at a minimum of 2.5 times higher than the cost to do the work with city staff. And I haven't even raised the conflict of interest problem. Private consulting firms routinely serve developers and investors in the same markets where they advise municipalities. That is an inherent conflict of interest. You cannot serve two masters, and in that arrangement, it will never be in the public interest. Employees facing these layoffs are our neighbors. They're our taxpayers. They're people who choose public service. They deserve better than to be discarded for a cost-cutting experiment that has failed in cities across the country. This city belongs to its residents, not to consulting firms. Govern accordingly. There are over 500 signatures on our petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Ortega. I own Black Diamond Pools and Concrete, Inc. I've been in Porterville for 57 years. I was born here. I served Tulare County, Visalia, all of Tulare County I served. Recently started serving Delano, which was a disastrous nightmare. I'm standing here so disappointed in our city council that's supposed to be looking out for the city of Porterville and the residents. I spend a lot of money here in this city with our permits. I prefer to stay here. It saves us fuel from driving 5-6 trucks back and forth to other cities. In this last 11 to 12 months, I've pulled 26 permits in this city. Delano, I had 2 projects. I'm still not done with one because I can't get the private company on the phone. We can't even schedule permits. We can't get inspections called out to us. I happen to befriend the one and only, well, he says there's 1.5 inspectors there now. I befriended the one inspector. He vents to me every time I do see him. They're trying to figure out a way to go back to the way they were. It's nothing but a living nightmare. This is going to be a negative impact to all areas. The consumer, our permits tripled in Delano. I'll never work there again. Longer wait times, 4.5 months for a permit. We've built relationships here in this city with that department. They've been nothing but good. We can call them. We can ask them questions. The inspectors are awesome. The people in the office are great to work with. This is a major negative impact on the city of Porterville. And I'm afraid that I don't know if we'll be working here if it goes to something like that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Elysium Rose, and I am a resident of Porterville. Apparently, there are 19 people whose livelihoods are in jeopardy here. But it's not just about those 19 people. It is about the morale of the people who are left behind after their colleagues are gone. They're going to be stressed wondering if their jobs are next. It's also about their families. They may have children who rely on their income to be fed. I don't know about you, but I don't like the thought of hungry kids. And also, it's bad economically because you think of, is this supposed to save money? Because it might. I don't know about the specifics of hiring a consultation, but like that money gets taken out of our local community economically. The money, the salary from those 19 jobs goes towards other things in our local community. You've got them buying groceries from other places here in town and stuff like that, which employs other people in this community who then get paid, and their money then goes to circulate again. If you take away these 19 jobs, there is then less money in this community. And also, the 2-minute thing, you guys are, being the mayor, being the part of city council, that is a job of service, of listening to your community. You cutting down the time for us to speak cuts off our ability to speak with you in the little time that we already had. We were only allotted 3 minutes. Now we're only allotted 2 on such an important issue where people's livelihoods are being cut off that's going to have such a huge impact on this community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Victor Verduzco. My address is on file. I'm an assistant engineer here with the City of Porterville in the engineering department, and I'd like to speak regarding item 15. I understand that the goal of this proposal is to improve efficiency and streamline development services, and I believe that everyone in this room shares that same goal. From a practical standpoint, I do want to offer a few considerations as this moves forward. This proposal would result in about a 60% reduction in overall staff within these departments, while shifting the majority of the workload to outside consultants. We use the same processes, the same systems, the same standards the consultants this proposal is bringing in. The difference is we do it here. And we do it at a fraction of the cost because outsourcing everything doesn't save money. It can cost 2 to 3 times more for the same work while the consultants doing it are still learning your city. And while that's happening, you lose something you can't replace, which is institutional knowledge. Because right now, if a developer, a contractor, or a resident walks into City Hall, they can talk to someone who knows this city. Not just the code, but the context behind it, the history, the infrastructure. They know where the problems are before they even show up. That knowledge doesn't exist in a contract, it exists within people. When I started here, I relied on people who knew this city inside and out. They knew where everything was, every file, every archive, every decision that had already been made. That knowledge is what keeps things moving. And once it's gone, it's gone. So when this is presented as a net zero impact, there's a bigger question. If the cost stays the same, but the people are cut nearly in half, will the level of service stay the same? Because at the end of the day, this is about the experience people have within their city and how much trust the community has in its local government. I chose to work for this city because I wanted to build something better for the community, safer streets, better infrastructure, a stronger community. And the people sitting in those offices right now carry that same responsibility. That mindset does not get outsourced when you hire outside consultants who are not embedded in the community the same way our staff is. Changes of this magnitude deserve careful consideration to ensure they truly improve efficiency rather than unintentionally creating delays, service gaps, and loss of local control. I respectfully ask that the council take a closer look at how this proposal will function in practice over time.
Thank you, sir.
Or whether there are alternative adjustments that can be made within our current system to better support the goals we all share.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Rachel Ginsberg, and my address is on file. I am the GIS supervisor for the city of Porterville. My position is one of those proposed to be eliminated with the reorganization of the community development and engineering departments, item 15. I would first like to describe the responsibilities I have for the city. The GIS data that I maintain goes directly into dispatch's system. Police and fire depend on the GIS data for accurate addresses for emergency response calls. During the flood event in 2023, my position was called upon to support the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. I showed up at midnight to begin support. I created an internal map for situational awareness, mapped out potential evacuation zones, the riverbank and buffers. These GIS products help leaders and first responders make timely and better decisions. I maintain over 100 layers of data, over 180,000 individual features that help support all departments in the city. Over the time that I've worked here, I have averaged over 170 project requests a year, over 150 editing requests a year. I maintain internal maps for my coworkers to use and public maps for the community to access. GIS is critical for dispatchers to optimize emergency response times. GIS improves efficiency, communication, and decision-making. GIS provides a centralized database that reduces duplicating data used by all departments. 7 years ago, I had an amazing opportunity to join the city of Porterville, and at the time, I had a 3-month-old newborn. Since then, I've had another child and just recently purchased a home. I have supported the community here from 6 years to a Porterville daycare to mini lunches on Main Street. Please consider if you are promoting to shop local, employ local. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you, thank you. First, I'd like to say that I want to congratulate you for a great job you guys are doing. I am very, very content. My family, my neighbors, people I talk to, they say you guys are doing a great job. Continue doing what you're doing. I know that sometimes people don't like change, but they're necessary. You have to make changes in order to streamline and make corrections. I was a little puzzled because we had 2 previous council members at the mayor status before, and they left the city with a deficit of, what, $13 million, and another $20 million that nobody knows where it went, COVID money. And I think they were presiding at the time. So, yeah, it puzzles me a little bit when people come up here and talk about stuff like this, and they don't seem to realize that there's more to it than what you guys or what they're looking at. And, you know, we talk about the reductions. We talk
Please
about
show respect. Please show respect.
If anybody needs to talk to me after the meeting, they're welcome to talk to me. I can drink coffee, you know, all night. Well, I learned to do that. But let me tell you, when I was younger, I'll make it real quick, I got 50 seconds. But I worked for the city. At 18 years old, I was assistant surveyor. And you know why I left? Because it was a boring job. I felt I was stealing from the people because all we did was what? Drink coffee. That's where I learned how to drink coffee, because we drank coffee all week long. But I left, and I was happy I left, because after that I had about 50 other jobs. 50 jobs, 72 jobs through my lifetime. But you guys are doing a great job. Don't stop what you're doing. Continue what you're doing. You got our back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Martin. My address is on file. I am a resident of Porterville, have been for 25 years, a transplant from Exeter, but I do know small town feel based on that. You saw me here a few months back on the airport changes and proposals. I wasn't pleased then either. Not pleased about this item. Item 15, I'm asking that you pull so that you can evaluate it more thoroughly. I am coming to see that you guys often have a lot of things slip by under your noses without maybe thoroughly investigating a lot of things, but it's common sense that I'm bringing here today. I echo everybody that came in with numbers and experiences that work for the city. I am in support of those 19 individuals that are on the chopping block. I say chopping block because that's exactly what it is. You are absolutely, I say you as a whole in this proposal, cutting out the personal touch that Porterville offers. You are full of propaganda. The first few minutes this evening was all about the Lombardi projects, bringing and incentivizing builders to come and to build here. You want to incentivize growth here in Porterville, and I echo that. That's fine. I'm a nurse. I understand change. I get it. But we are a small handshake feel and community that we are based on. You guys are good old boys. You understand. That's what we are based on and what we started on. We're still crawling out of that. We're at the steam engine
capacity here, okay? But we are not a bullet train from Japan. We are not ready for that. So big changes should be really looked at, audited, looked at these numbers, because as a nurse, I know we bring on travelers, we pay double the amount, you get zero of any type of personal touch from them. They're just there for the money and they leave. Meanwhile, the hardworking ones are making half that and sticking with it. You have a lot of hardworking ones here that have put in 20 years or more, and you guys are ready to just cut them. Look at it more, please.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayors. This statement is for you, Mr. Beltran. I totally deny the allegations that I am operating an event venue or any unlicensed commercial business from my residence. The property is used solely for lawful residential purposes, including occasional private invite-only gatherings consistent with normal residential use. At all times, I have cooperated with the city and local law enforcement regarding any inquiries or concerns and have complied with all applicable directives. Any prior constructions, noise, or property-related matters were addressed through the appropriate municipal channels and have been no determinations by any authority that my residence constitutes an illegal nightclub, bar, commercial hall, or other prohibited use. Assertions that I am operating a business illegally serving alcohol and intentionally violating building safety and zoning codes or false misleading without factual basis. The continued circulation of such statements is harmful to my reputation and might constitute defamation. I reserve all legal rights and remedies available to protect my reputation, property rights, and family from further false accusation. And there is some pages that.
Page 2.
Page 2, C's and DC's letters. Page 3, inspection records, compliance since 2024. My home has been in compliance, and you bring this up again. Page 4, Raymond Beltran, Facebook, page defaming our family and the councilman. Page 5, Jamie Beltran, his wife, Facebook page, also defaming our family and the councilman.
I just want to say real quick, our property, the gentleman you went to go see, it stands 500 feet from each other. In reality, a football field is 360 feet apart. We're very far, and the gentleman you're talking to is giving you false allegations. And behind him stands the Foster Farm. A lot of noise, a lot of things going on with it, a lot of lights, and no complaints about that. I don't know what we're doing to him to hurt him, but we're not doing nothing to him at all.
And also, I don't understand what you're doing in our district.
If you're District 1, why isn't District 5 taking care of this, not you? Stay in your own district.
Thank you.
Good evening, City of Porterville. I'm afraid that this is no longer a prediction. About a year ago, I thought that at least with our educated citizens, at least some of these council members would ever be reelected. However, I'm afraid that this is no longer a prediction. None of these, with the exception of possibly Councilman Beltran, would be reelected. It almost seems as if the city of Porterville has, at least this current city government has defrauded a lot of people in this room. About 20 people complaining of the increase of the unemployment rate, and with the city government spending a lot of their budget on unnecessary projects, it seems as if by the next election we shall have in the will of the people a new city government that would take not only our problems but also the budgeting more seriously than this current one. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councilman. My name is Melissa. My address is on file. Councilmember Beltran, I saw your Facebook post. My family has formally filed a complaint with the city. As of now, you and the city have been placed on notice to cease and desist any further defamation of harassment
towards Julian Vasquez and Yolanda Rodriguez. In response to defamatory content that you have put out there, I want to make something clear for the record. The allegations that you have raised were already addressed and resolved long before your colleagues took office. This is a private family-owned property, not a business rentable venue. This is a place for our family and friends to gather. We have not had any noise complaints from our immediate neighbors. The complaints that are coming are beyond proximity area, and the complaints that have been made have been during the legal daytime hours while there wasn't any loud noises going on. The properties in our areas are 3 to 7 acres in size, so our homes are far apart. So I am not sure why you are advancing conspiracy theories against your colleagues, but it is now clear that you are involved in this harassment that's taken place against my family. I know this isn't the first time you have done this. Just a few short months ago, your father, Fred Beltran, attempted to have a business license revoked. There is a video of your father driving by Elida Waters' residence, proudly identifying himself as Fred Beltran, and that's why you took interest in the Suarez case to revoke their business license. That's why the Suarez family testified, and you were told to rescue yourself. Instead, you voted to revoke their business license. Luckily, your colleagues could see your malice intent, and your colleagues put a stop to your petty act. In my family's case, we are not talking about a business license. We are talking about a private family gathering place. Yet, for some reason, you are trying to turn it into some political spectacle against the Rodriguez-Vasquez family. This is abuse of authority to your position to harass community members for your petty politics. You are victimizing innocent families. You try to destroy the livelihood of a mother's business and your father's will. You also attacked and
Thank you, ma'am.
the record of citizen for your father's assault and abuse chamber.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stop victimizing community.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Todd Sully. My address is on file. I'm just going to echo what somebody else said better than me. I have more questions than answers, and I'm a little disappointed at the report that 3 pages in this agenda were attached for 19 people's jobs, and yet for development, it's like 120, 30 pages. So I just have more questions, so I'll reserve my comment for after. What I will say is, I'm hoping this has changed some of your minds, maybe some of you not, to take more time. This could be on its own a special meeting. It's that big of a deal. And all I'll say is, these people that are on the chopping block are people I went to school with, people whose husbands have coached my children, people who have helped me get information. 2 years ago, I had a perception that nothing got done in this town. I just kept hearing that. And when I actually showed up to get something done, people, they found a way. They figured it out. And I realized it's not them. They're working through rules and regulations that they got to find ways to get past. So it sounds like there is some room for improvement there. Maybe it's a scalpel situation and not chemo. But there is value to human capital, to people that work here. There's costs that you don't notice. The little Main Street, the times they go on Main Street and they shop. I'm stealing somebody's comment, but so I'm sure there's going to be reconsideration. And lastly, it's a privilege to be up there. It really is. And to limit to 3 minutes to 2 minutes, I understand you want to get city business done, but it's our business. It's my business. So if it's too many people talking, if it's taking too much time, maybe consider a different job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh.
My name is Jesse Vasquez, retired peace officer, United States veteran. I just got to say that I heard all these people saying that the city of Porterville is doing a great job, but ain't we in the hole over a couple of million? I don't see no contractors here. I don't see no business people, maybe a few, 3. There's a lot of them that are having problems out here with the city and these engineers, especially on getting permits. Yeah, certain people get permits, yeah, if they know them. But us regular guys, no. It's hard to get a permit. We get delayed. I know you got the ex-mayor here, but she ain't saying nothing about the budget. Yeah, I'm sorry people are losing their job, but they're not doing their job. okay? They're not doing their job.
Please show respect.
They're not doing their job. How many years are we behind as a city? 15 to 20 years, we're behind development, and they're saying they're doing a good job? We do need change. And I'm sorry people are gonna lose their job. But you know what? I've been through that. I talked to some of these people, some of these engineers who told me that a gazebo from Home Depot was an accessory building. And I couldn't have it on my property because I'm only allowed 3 buildings on 7 acres. So I could only put 3 gazebos, and that was considered. That's all I could have on 7 acres. That's an engineer from here. That's ridiculous. And I'm sorry they're gonna lose their job, but there's a lot of bad things going on. And you know that, and Beltran knows that. You know what I mean? Beltran, you need to stay off Facebook, brother. I'd appreciate it if you do. You're disgracing my family, and I don't like it, okay? I'd appreciate it, okay? Stick to dumping trash and mopping. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
Hi, my name is Rafaela Woods. My address is on file, and I'm here to talk as a real estate broker, as a commercial broker. I echo, by the way, the sentiments of most of the people, except those who use this mic to badmouth people in this audience that cannot defend themselves. I would like to ask you, though, what you think is going to happen to downtown. I'm a real estate broker, commercial broker. You have approved a 7 apartments, very low income to low income, which means they're going to have no disposable income to come and spend on Main Street. And as you know, I am the founder of Redo It, even though I'm talking my capacity. I founded Redo It because I wanted to revitalize downtown Main Street. And I think putting low income to very low income apartments here is not going to help. We need wealth coming in. And I think cutting 19 jobs is not going to help. It means 19 fewer people going to Stafford's Chocolate to get their coffee. It means 19 fewer people and their families coming to spend their disposable income for last-minute presents. It means 19 fewer people going out for lunch. Again, everyone has already made all the other points, but I am very, very concerned about what this is going to do to downtown. 19 fewer people coming here every day. Another thing I want you to bear in mind is you all run, and politically, you all know me. We don't agree, right? But you all run on cutting down government overreach. Staffing issues are HR issues. You are the government. You are overreaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Hello, my name is Ryan Smith. I'm a second-generation small business owner here in Porterville. My address is on file. Black Diamond Pools kind of hit all the points I wanted to mention as a business owner here in town. I work with cities all around Tulare County, and we have the best building department anywhere. I've probably pulled more than 36 permits this year alone. We can get into talking about the bottlenecking that's going to happen with businesses. You've probably already all made your decision already. But if you haven't, or if this can change your mind, please, I implore you. It's going to make business here so much more difficult for us. That's it. Just please do what's right, gentlemen. That's all I ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Weiland from Springville. Thank you. I have thought a lot about heritage lately. I have listened to so many of these meetings from home, and I've listened to your heartfelt desire on making this a community filled with spirit. I decided to turn to one of our founding fathers here in Porterville, William Pitt Bartlett. I read 2 of his books, and we know he cared about scholarships because we have a Bartlett Scholarship, and he cared about parks, and thank goodness, because we have a Bartlett Park. He cared about polite public speech, and that's not something that I always see from this council at the midnight hour. The other thing that really stood out to me is he cared about how employees were treated. And it has been 100 years later, and the Bartlett name is still valued. That is his heritage. So this decision with these jobs is going to show what this council values. I am concerned about these 19 employees, and I think this could just be the beginning. I think honoring our local workforce is the heritage that makes a city proud. I heard someone on this council suggest that caring for people too deeply might be the sign of a mental illness. And those words not only are inaccurate, but they're worrisome. I can't let those words stop me from supporting these people that have come up here, because they are more important than patriotic decorations and monuments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Alex. I gotta get a disclaimer. I'm a utility worker, so the opinions and views are reflected, just my opinions, and don't reflect the views of Semper Energy. So, being that said, I kind of disagree with the gentleman that said that these guys are doing a bad job, the inspectors. I work with them directly, okay? If you guys would know or wouldn't know the horrible job this internet company that's in town doing the work, you don't know what the idea that what they did in Tulare. They destroyed Tulare, everything, gas lines, home sewers, everything, horrible. We got a big report. You know, when I found out they were coming to Porterville, I reached out to these guys and I let them know, hey, you guys got to get a hold on these guys because they're going to destroy the city of Porterville. You know, I also live here. I work here too. I work around, all around the valley. And eliminating these guys' jobs is going to put a big burden on public safety. So just imagine if you have one guy just following all these guys that are all here around town trying to get all these jobs done. There's no way. So just keep that in mind, public safety for these guys, that, you know, we still need them here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is the mic on, Mr. Shelton?
Put it on. There you go. Come on. People trying to cut my mic. 88 North Williford Drive. I don't know if I'm for this or against this, but what I do know is that when I left that position 12 years ago, we had a $50 million budget, or excuse me, $50 million in, blanking out. In our reserves, excuse me, $50 million in reserves. We had a balanced budget. We had what I imagine about $40 million in bonds, and today we have a $30 million in our reserves. We are $12 million down in our health, $20 million down on our CalPERS, and $80 million in debt and bonds, which puts us at about a minus $90 million. So how are we going to fix this? I mean, we need to look at everything. Some of the former councilmen I spoke to said, oh, this is as good as it's going to get. It's never going to get any better. We shouldn't even try it. And I think of, so your solution is don't do anything. We're burning through about $2.6 million a year in reserves, and the solution is we'll just raise the taxes. Well, that didn't seem like a really wise thing or equitable thing to do anyway. But to not do anything, is reminded of the quote from Albert Einstein, who says, the definition of insanity is doing something exactly the same way over and over again, but expecting different results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Good evening, council. Item number 2, the firefighter proposal equipment for the $200,000. Is 40 suits enough to fit all our firefighters? Is there money in the budget to get them all new uniforms and use what we have as reserves? Item number 5, the playground resurfacing at Follow Heroes Park. Is that prevailing? It seems a little high, and pictures of the work proposed would have been nice in the agenda. Item number 6, the repair of the wells. CTL is a local water well driller, and I don't see any of their bids. Are they bidding on any of these projects? Item number 14, the transportation plan. I really like it. I enjoy riding all the trails within the city. I rode all the trails on Saturday, actually, and felt completely safe even after the incident on Friday. Item number 15, We hear common sense a lot from this council. Just 2 weeks ago, you voted 5-0 to have city-maintained roads, so you didn't outsource the work. Now, 2 weeks later, it's the opposite. Common sense.
Thank you, Mr. Boiler.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Ortega, and I own General Pool and Concrete Works. I build pools from Fresno to Bakersville. It's a pleasure to do business in Porterville. I've lived here all my life. The permits go smooth. Inspectors are easy to talk to. I did one in Sanger, and they have the outsource there, the permit system. One of the inspectors couldn't find the address, and that guy's lived in the same house for 50 years. So, like Delano, I won't work in Delano. It's just, I feel that the city in the long run is gonna lose a lot, because they take 3 to 4 months for permits with the outsourcing. They don't have the same education experience as the people here, and I just hope you guys reconsider.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Craig Martin, a resident of Porterville. I'm not here to make any judgment on you guys. I think it's more for you guys to hear, and more importantly, the people who are out there, the people that are sitting here, as a commentary. We were visited by a Mr. Horowitz last week, and he made a couple comments about stop complaining and shut the hell up. I wonder if Mr. Horowitz would like to come back tonight and tell these people to shut the heck up. I don't think he would. This is a forum where people have to speak about what's going on in their city. Mr. Corey made some comment about you guys being such good campaigners, and that's why you're up there representing us. But people don't understand, there's 60,000 people in this city. 26,000 people are registered. Of all you guys who are sitting up there, 25% of that 26% voted for you guys. That means there's a lot of people in this city that either don't want to be interested in what's going on in the city because they think they have qualified people up here running it, or they're afraid to come up and come out and speak. So all that I'm saying is that I think you guys need to take in consideration that when people want to come up here and talk, and unlike Mr. Corey, who had the nerve to call people town fools, and fools that come up here and talk, that was incorrect as well. People should feel welcome to come up here. You guys should be aware of the fact that everything that happens in your community affects the 60,000 people here, and which the people out here and out there watching should be aware of the fact that people who do come here and represent, we don't do it because we dislike you. We do it because we want to make sure that the 60,000 people are being represented somehow, instead of 5 people having the ability to spend $100,000 on a monument, $300,000 plus for a playground
Mr.
set.
Martin.
And somebody needs to be responsible, and that's why we're here.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Vicky Cervantes, address on record. I'm here about item number 15. As a tax-paying citizen, I'm alarmed that this became a consent item. I feel like 104 years of historical knowledge in the two departments together in these 19 positions deserve a little bit more. I also demand more transparency and the cost effectiveness of this change. Yeah, change is gonna happen. AI is gonna demand that change happen at the governance level. So could you spend more time, put on your thinking caps, get together, and really present the scope of work and what that entails for the projects of our contractors who came here to speak tonight, of our city staff that came here to speak tonight. They deserve more. I deserve more with my tax money, and I expect all of you to hear the call tonight for everyone who showed up today for 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes.
Denise Marchant, address on file. I come here with a very heavy heart and rather incredulous that this is even on the agenda. This is on the consent agenda. All the people that it's affecting, the 19 employees and probably more in the future. But the one thing I was waiting to speak because I hadn't heard it yet, I was really upset at the proposal proposal being in the guise of economic development and efficiency in economic development. And I can tell you, I worked 21 years in community development department. I can tell you how economic development works. It works with all the positions being filled in that department. It works with those people that are incredibly competent, doing their job, doing the expertise of the job that they're in, and then of them coming together as a team to work out all of the details of those proposals that I don't think any of you have any idea the in-depth detail that these projects take. And I can tell you, for one, I came on board right at the end of, in 1991, when Walmart had just come to town. And I can tell you that if it had not been for the determination and the coming together, the working of all the staff in this building, the personal fortitude it took, and to bring a company that wasn't even looking at any in a town that was off the beaten track, and to tell them and show them the pride that everyone had in this community, that this was a community that people would want to come and live in and work in, you would not have that company here. And so I want to say to you, you want real economic development. You've heard tonight about all of the the teamwork and the personalities and all of that, and I think you need to take that to heart. Thank you.
Corey Wells. I appreciate my friend's comments. I just want to address that I appreciate, Mr. Beltran, your opening comment, but I really think you need to hear that you really ought to hear your own words when you say those, because you don't follow your own words, your own preachings. I want to talk about some of your behavior over the past year and what has been interesting and increasingly erratic and self-sabotaging antics that Councilmember Beltran, you have been putting on display. I got some clarification about your Facebook post when they came up here and spoke, so I'm glad that they did. But here are some of the here's a short list of your antics. One, defending your father for assaulting a member of the public in these chambers because of his political views. And that's on camera, that's on YouTube. And then you libeled that victim, your father's victim, from the dais about his victim. You tried to revoke a mother's at-home business at the behest of your father because your father is friends with that neighbor who does not like that individual who you tried to vote to get rid of their business license. And I'm glad that their livelihoods wasn't harmed by your colleagues kept that from happening. It was pretty obvious, it was on the record, we all saw what was happening based on their own testimony. You censor and ban members of the public from Porterville FYI because they dare to voice different perspectives. You've had plenty of time to ban every person who has reached out to you, including myself, and you haven't. And you blame it on the algorithm. You've had plenty of time to unban people. You want to don't like other people's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ma'am, you already had an opportunity. Please be seated. Please be seated. Okay. We'll move on to council comments. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
No, I have no comments. I heard enough.
Okay. Councilman Beltran.
It's unfortunate, you know, I appreciate people's opinions of me. I try to bring light to darkness. People that are in that darkness don't like the light. I think what some of the comments about some social media posts that I have, no names, no addresses, no location, hypothetical, situational. If they want to, if they're saying that that's not them, then probably what I'm talking about isn't them. So if I'm not sure where they want to go with that, but that's fine. I just appreciate all the city employees who came to speak about their positions. It is a heavy subject. And just thank you all for your guys' time. I appreciate. I wish this council chambers was full like this for every meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Not tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Oh, I'd just like to say thanks for everybody coming out. A lot of heartfelt conversations out there, real emotion, real issues. It's great to have this conversation. And, you know, even if it gets a little bit back and forth, you know, we got to have thicker skin than that. This is the public square. I really want to say that when we go through these processes, it's good to hear from you all. And it's just really important that we understand that this is still a small group. And I know this was comments that were made tonight. The change.org stuff, I mean, this is a San Francisco-based organization where you're collecting signatures. They're not representative of the public. I mean, we're talking about loud voices sometimes that represent less than 0.5% of the people in our city, and that's been echoed tonight too. So I just appreciate everybody's patience. I know we wanted to try to get everybody on the record, and we have some difficult decisions in front of us. There's been some proposals that were put forward recently, and they're being discussed tonight. And now we're going to make a vote on that, and we got to weigh those trade-offs, and we have to talk about that on the record so that everybody understands it, and you guys all got a chance to come in and voice your opinions and get on the record. And I appreciate everybody coming out tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. One thing I have failed to mention in my first oral communication, I wanted to congratulate Jocelyn Sanabria. She painted most of the fire hydrants on Main Street, and she did a fantastic job. And so I just wanted to give her a public shout out on the work she did. With that, we'll just move on because we could get to the city business and we could talk at that point. So consent calendar, all consent calendar items are considered in routine and will be enacted in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from consent calendar. All items removed from consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. I think that it's obvious we're going to poll, or I'd like to poll agenda item number 15. Is there any others that you'd like to see polled tonight, council? Okay, I'll make a motion to go 1 through 14.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's call for the vote.
Oh, I thought I did already. Sorry. Here we go. Here's a paper.
Okay, passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our first public hearing, or only public hearing tonight. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This public hearing is in regards to the Ramirez Residential Subdivision Project. I've asked Ms. Zavala to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, I have an item regarding Ramirez Residential Subdivision Project. The Ramirez Residential Subdivision Project reviewed by the Project Review Committee at a publicly noticed meeting on August 7th, 2024. The applicant is requesting approval of environmental review, a tentative subdivision map, an authorization to initiate annexation proceedings associated with the project. The project site consists of approximately 11.47 acres located at the southwest corner of North Newcomb Street and West Linda Vista Avenue, within the unincorporated area of Tulare County, but adjacent to the Porterville city limits and within the city's sphere of influence. The property is pre-zoned low-density residential and has a low-density residential general plan land use designation. The project proposes a subdivision of the site into 30 single-family residential lots ranging from approximately 10,762 square feet to 17,011 square feet, with an average lot size of approximately 12,630 square feet. The proposed density of 2.61 units per gross acre is substantially below the maximum density permitted by the general plan and zoning designation. Circulation within the subdivision will be provided through an internal street network with connections to North Newcomb Street and West Linda Vista Avenue, along with the future street stub to the south to accommodate potential future development. Improvements will include sidewalks, streetlights, parkway landscaping, and other required infrastructure. Because the property is located outside the city limits, the project cannot be served by urban services unless it is annexed into the city of Porterville. While the city may approve the tentative subdivision map at this time, the final subdivision map cannot be recorded until annexation is approved by the Tulare County Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the Porterville 2030 General Plan and would contribute additional housing units toward meeting the city's regional housing needs allocation. Pursuant to Porterville Development Ordinance Section 400.04, the City Council must deny approval of a tentative subdivision map if specific findings can be made. Based on the information contained in the record, staff did not identify evidence supporting any of the findings that would require denial of the tentative map. As previously stated, the project site is located outside the city limits. However, Government Code Section 66454 allows the city to approve a tentative map on land outside city limits, provided that the final map cannot be approved until annexation is complete. If the tentative map is approved tonight, staff will coordinate with LAFCO and the applicant to proceed with the annexation process. As part of annexation review, LAFCO requires information regarding the city's ability to provide services to the proposed development, which would represent less than 1% increase above the city's 2020 water demand and can be accommodated by existing groundwater resources during a normal water supply year. During review of the project, it was determined that with mitigation incorporated, the project would not have a significant effect on the environment and that adoption of a mitigated negative declaration is appropriate. Implementation of the identified mitigation measures would reduce all potentially significant impacts to less than significant levels. The document was circulated through the State Clearinghouse for a 30-day review period beginning January 20th, 2026 and ending February 20th, 2026. The local public review period began January 15th, 2026 and ended February 15th, 2026. The city received comments from the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District and from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and have been incorporated into the environmental review record for the project. At this time, staff is asking that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive public comments regarding the Ramirez Residential Subdivision Project. 2, adopt a resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Ramirez Residential Subdivision Project. 3, adopt a resolution approving the tentative subdivision map for the project. And 4, adopt a resolution requesting that the Tulare County Local Agency Formation Commission initiate proceedings for annexation of approximately 11.47 acres into the city of Porterville and detachment from County Service Area Number 1. I would like to add that staff is, for the record, that staff is in receipt of one written comment from a Porterville resident that was received via email and is in opposition to the project. Concerns raised include increased traffic, change in the character of the neighborhood, and potential for future high-density growth. That is the conclusion of my staff report.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I got a request, because I know you went and tried to turn the air on, but it's not coming on. And there's people fanning. So if there's a way we could get the air going.
The system is broke. We could bring in some fans, Mayor, if you'd like. We had to call a service technician earlier today to get it working,
All right,
and
then.
we're
I'm
hoping
doing
it would
this
hold
right
on.
now.
We do apologize.
No, it's okay. I'm warm. I know everyone else is. All right. Okay. All right. With that, just before I open the public hearing, is Mr. Ramirez in the audience tonight? Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. We may ask you to come up for questions. Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 8:25. If you have any comments on this matter, please come forward at this time.
Hello, I'm Gary Locke. I was here last week and asked you guys to I didn't realize that there was going to be a public hearing at that point in time. So I stood before this body 6 years ago and opposed a subdivision on that corner for one simple reason. Well, actually there were three, but two of them have already cured themselves. At that time, they wanted to put 55 houses on that 11 and a half acres. And you'd have to go 2 or 3 miles down the road to find any density close to that. Right now, it is zoned RM 43, RA 43, which is residential agriculture, 1 acre minimums, because it is in the county. But since this project is going to mirror what Chelsea Glen is across the street, I have absolutely no problems with it. That property used to be mine. I live next door on a 3.5 acre parcel, and all of the parcels in that area are 3/4 of an acre to 3 acres. So this is much more fitting for the neighborhood. My only the reason I was opposed to it before was because of the carbon mitigation that at that time there was an orange grove there. It was sequestering 20 tons of carbon a year. But since it's been removed, that's a moot point, along with the water. I just curious if the 2 existing wells on the property are going to be abandoned. And I was just curious as to what the minimum square footage of the parcels, or minimum square footage of the houses are if and when this gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. I'm not seeing anyone else, so we want to go home tonight.
Dana, AW Engineering. These are custom homes, and the square footage of the home will be roughly 2,500, and the wells, yes, they will be abandoned.
Okay, thank you for answering those. Is there anyone else? Okay, I will close the public hearing at 8:28 and bring it back to the council. Mr. Ramirez, if you'd come up, I'd love to ask some questions just with this development, or a representative, however you want to do it, it's fine. Yeah. I like what he did there. He said, well, I'm kind of paying you, right? So some questions I had, you answered some of them, and thank you for answering questions of our constituents. One is, you already answered the lots question and the size of the houses, and it's going to be close to 1/3 acre lot that's similar to Chelsea Glen, so it mirrors what's going on in that neighborhood.
Right.
What do you think these houses are going to sell for? What are you projecting?
About 6.5.
650.
Okay, so that it's well, and the good thing about this is there's high-end folks in town that can afford homes like this, and that's what you're going after. And we want to build houses like this because that's what gets doctors and even teachers and different fields of work that come to work and look for homes like this in Porterville. So I think it's a good thing. The other question I had, and this may be something that staff could have probably answered for me already, because I believe our development ordinance calls for a brick wall along Newcomb.
Block walls, yeah.
Block walls, yes. Okay, so that's something that will be going in.
Yeah. I
Okay.
believe it's a subdivision ordinance that they have to be around the.
Yes, yeah, so it's part of our development ordinance and something that's going to be coming. I think this is a great development. I appreciate you guys coming and wanting to do business in Porterville. I'll pass it off to my colleagues. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments? Councilman Green?
No, I like the project, so.
Councilman Rivas?
I support the project.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
I just say thank you for bringing this project. It's an excellent project. I went out and drove around the area, and it's really great to have Gary Lott come out tonight and reverse his position on that and give us a really nice report. It's going to fit in really well out there. I'm all for the project, and I want to say thanks for bringing this forward. And when I was running for office, and a lot of folks were asking me if they could get some higher-end properties in town, because there's a lot of professionals that will go out to Visalia and drive into Porterville to work. And so this might be an opportunity for them to come in and get a bite at a real nice property. So thank you guys for bringing this project. I'm for this project.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, well, then I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. If there's no other comment, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Councilman Beltran. I was lost there for a second. Okay, so moving on to our our agenda item number 17, our second reading. City
Yes, thank you,
Attorney.
Mayor. This is the time and place for the second reading for the ordinance that relates to the formation of the, and regulation of the entertainment zones. And so with that, I'd ask that the council give second reading to the ordinance and waive further reading and adopt said ordinance.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Does council have any questions for staff? I have one. Go ahead, Mr. Beltran.
The previous hearing we had, one of the questions I had was cost of police officers for these events. And I was hoping that we could get an average cost an hour for an officer. Do you happen to have that information?
I think Yuli might be able to help me, but I think on average, it's around 70,000. Or excuse me, $70 per hour.
70 per hour.
With the benefits and.
Right, all
included.
accumulated to that.
Everything
Yeah.
included.
And the reason I asked this is because one of the things that kind of didn't really make it in here
If you're
was-
going to, excuse me real quick, Mr. Beltran, if we're going to have comments, please take it outside. Please show respect to the dais as we're working here. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So it was my main concern was the budget, and I know we already have regular officers that are, let's say, like the Spring Fest that's going to be happening, and I don't know if the manpower is 10 individuals or what it is. I was curious how many we might anticipate a percentage, like 50% more officers maybe at some of these events, because what I was trying to mitigate was the cost that may incur, because we're collecting a fee that's going to go into a fund, and I was hoping to somehow try and support paying for the officers, because it's going to hit either the police department's fund or the general fund. And so I just was hoping to get just an idea of what, specifically to these events that have alcohol, what that increase might be to the taxpayers.
Yes, Councilman, I think I can help some. This particular event is unique and not been done, so we don't have any data points for it, not having done exactly one like this. However, I had staff look at other past events that are similar in size and scope and estimates for attendees. And the average ranges between 2 to 6 officers. Given the scope of the size of the project, you can be anywhere between $1,500 and $4,000 or so in overtime. So we really won't know until the event is over. I can report that in the aftermath, but the Porterville Police Department has a long history and experience putting on and policing events like this. So we stand ready to provide a service for this event as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That was all.
Absolute professional. Thank you, sir. With that, looking for a motion. I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations. Wait, go ahead. Sorry, I'm impatient.
I'll second that motion, Mayor.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1.
Read by title only.
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance number 1930, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Chapter 15.20 of the Porterville Municipal Code to establish entertainment zones. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to schedule matters. City manager.
Thank you. The first and only scheduled matters for tonight's agenda is the consideration to approve the consolidation of the community development and engineering and project management departments. I want to acknowledge that this is not an easy decision. These are difficult decisions because they involve real impacts. but they are necessary. It is my responsibility as a city manager to ensure that the city is operating in a way that delivers consistent results, supports economic growth, and provides value to the taxpayers we serve. This proposal is about putting the city in a stronger position moving forward. Tonight, staff is presenting a proposed reorganization that consolidates the Community Development Department and Engineering and Project Management Department into a single planning and engineering department. This proposal is about one thing: fixing how development services are delivered in the city of Porterville. Today, development services are divided across multiple departments. That structure creates handoffs, inefficiencies, and inconsistencies in how projects move through the system. I want to be clear that this is not a reflection of staff. Our staff work hard every day to serve this community. But the reality is the current structure is not consistently delivering the level of performance and responsiveness our community expects. That is why the city cannot continue operating under the current system. The proposed solution is to bring planning and engineering together in a single department with clear point of accountability. In addition, the city will transition to a service delivery model where most technical planning and engineering functions, including, as we heard tonight, plan review and inspections, are performed through consultant services, while the city maintains oversight, coordination, and decision-making authority. The reason for this approach is straightforward. Development activity is not constant, and the current model does not give us the flexibility to respond effectively. The structure allows the city to better align resources with workload, improve responsiveness and predictability, and establish clear accountability for performance. At the end of the day, my responsibility is to ensure we are delivering value to our taxpayers. As part of this restructuring, 19 positions are proposed to be eliminated as certain functions transition to this new model. If approved, staff will initiate the meet and confer process, and any staffing impacts will be handled in accordance with city policy and labor agreements. As part of this process, staff will also evaluate whether limited opportunities may exist for some impacted employees to transition into available positions within the city that are consistent with applicable personnel policies and operational needs. The proposal is structured, as we've heard tonight, to be net zero initially, with the expectation that improved efficiency and better alignment of the development fees will support long-term sustainability. More importantly, this positions the city to support economic development, housing growth, and future investment in a more effective and predictable way. This proposal is not about reducing service. It's about improving the system, addressing structural challenges, and ensuring we're delivering consistent, measurable value to the community. As noted in the staff report, staff is recommending that the City Council, 1, approve the proposed reorganization, consolidating the Community Development Department and Engineering and Project Management Department into a single planning and engineering department. 2, authorize staff to implement the organizational and staffing changes necessary to carry out the new department structure. And 3, direct staff to complete the meet and confer process with the affected bargaining units and implement the reorganization consistent with city personnel policies and applicable labor agreements. It's a summary of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. Bringing it back to the council, Vice Mayor McCurvey, you want to go ahead and take the lead on this one?
City Manager, thank you for bringing this forward. I know that we had already discussed this and pushed it forward to the stage, and this council voiced our concerns, and we also voiced our support, and that's why we're here tonight. We have a city full of caring, competent, capable people, including the staff that put this together. We have to understand, I think very simply, that the city has been going in the wrong direction for a long time. And so I want to go backwards a little bit and talk about what we discovered last year in June and work through in July. And that was something very important for everyone to understand, and that is that we made a master general plan in our city in 2008. That master general plan says that we will be as big as Visalia by 2030. The decisions of the last 25 years have been towards having a city the size of Visalia by 2030. And a lot of the decisions that have been made over the course of the last 15 years can be traced back to a lot of issues. And we heard comments tonight about, very simply, we know there's a problem, even the people working in these areas. And we have to do something about it because we have a backlog. And we have some opportunities because some people get better treatment than others. And so there's a consistency issue. We have to develop this area because the only way that we're going to go back and fix the $13 million deficit that was left by the last two councils and the $20 million shortfall in PERS and the $80 million shortfall in our assets that we've leveraged, and we have to change the course of the city. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is if we grow the city a little bit. And the way that we're going to grow this city is through development and increasing the tax base. We had a great project coming in here tonight. We need more projects like that. Now, we got to be careful that we don't do stupid. So we got to balance all those trade-offs because we have real people involved throughout our city. But the city is demanding that we make changes and we change directions. And so I appreciate you having the courage to bring a bold approach to this. Consolidation, in my experience, will actually help us to deliver better results faster. It'll be more streamlined. And I am confident that our city staff that put this together will go through the advice and consent process and make sure that everyone is treated fairly and according to the law, and make sure that we take care of our people the best that we can as we make this change. Having been through lots of changes like this in my lifetime, and most people around our city have gone through this, we can't treat these jobs in our city like sacred cows. There's some things that our city did that we have to change course from, and we had a chance to fix some things and we didn't. When COVID happened, we hurt churches, we hurt businesses, we shut down, people lost their jobs, lost their homes. We spent $2 million on vaccine incentives. Why the city's involved in giving shots and medicine incentives to people? $2 million. We gave $5.5 million in bonuses to the city staff. We built a $9 million animal shelter. And if you look out there and you look at what we've done, and I have to give credit to some of the past councils too, it's not all bad news, but you can't hide the financial issues from people and then come in and act like there was no issues before. The big projects that everybody likes in our community, like the community center, the Overland Park, the Santa Fe, the Butterfield, the Parkway, doing Main Street, doing Villa Street, all of those things were done primarily with consultants. What a lot of people don't understand is that most of the stuff that we've done around our city and have achieved that everyone likes have been done by consultants and not done in-house. And we have to find the balance on that, and we have to have some perspective on that. And that's not against the people that work in this area. It's just a reality check for everybody listening online and everybody in this room. We have to come to terms with this. If we can make this better, we should. And if we can make this deliver some growth and some tax base to help us to get out of the hole that was left for us in this council in the past 10 years, we need to do that. This may not be the end of what we're going to do, but it's definitely the beginning. And this is a key area, and we started in this area, and I'm really glad you brought this forward, Mr. City Manager, because this is the area where we could possibly turn in that new direction and get that growth. But we have to be careful not to hurt good people. We got to make sure that we take care of everybody in these areas and that we give them all of the advice and consent necessary, plus. It'd be nice to see a severance package if necessary, but follow the law. This is what companies do all over the world all the time. You read it in the newspaper every time you get a newspaper. Downsizing, right-sizing, development. And I would just ask those that are involved to please be patient. The staff does care about you. The city does care about you and your jobs and everything that you're doing, and we will do our very best to get you in the right place as we make these changes. That's going to be my motion, and I'd like to go forward with this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. We have a motion on the table. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
You know, thank you all for coming. And this ain't a very easy decision we were here to make. And I remember a few years ago, somebody told me, congratulated me on my election, and they said, well, now you're in a position to make some heavy decisions, some strong decisions. And, you know, I have some experience with this where I come from. You know, if you're not careful on who you elect in regards to finances, you're going to have somebody come behind you and clean up your mess. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put the city back on track to where it's been in a negative for so long, and then budgeting a budget saying that it was balanced, and it wasn't. And you know, you have a lot of people out here that really don't have the true knowledge of what we are seeing. All you're hearing is things that somebody, or what you think you might be, have some substance to. But, you know, I support this decision, but I really want to be careful on not eliminating or being very proactive with the 19 positions. I really want to be serious about that we need to take care of them because they are our vital, you know, staff. So with that, I mean, I can go on and go on, but, you know, we need to make some changes. And these are some hard changes, and I'm not sugarcoating this, but we're in a position to turn the table back to the people, to where we can save some money and be proactive. And I echo a lot of what Mr. Vice Mayor said. A lot of this stuff that's been going on have been done by consultants. Ain't nothing changes. We're just streamlining some things. But in regards to that, I trust HR and their ability to find locations for these employees, because it's right here, black and white, where they are going to go by seniority, experience, qualifications, and hopefully evaluate the limited opportunities. So with that, I support this, and if there's any more talk, I mean, I second this motion, so with that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
No, I think I will refrain from comments tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I spent the better half of this weekend calling, talking to a lot of professionals in this field from the 80s to now. This came to us not long ago in closed session to discuss some of the issues. When I say issues, it's not so much what's being stated, it's what's not being stated. A lot of my understanding, and I'm so blessed to have been here with past administrators and directors that had decades of knowledge to then see what sits before you today. And that is a lot of the bottleneck and slow kind of turnarounds was a lot of subpar submittals. People submit stuff that aren't to par. Staff takes a long time to try to educate, to correct, to help. This incurs costs because then the item gets kicked back to the developer, the business owner. And what it is there's some subpar actors in the community or in the area that do work, and I would say, again, talking to a lot of people in this field, the squeaky wheels are getting the grease, but it's because they're squeaky wheels. It's not because they are, I want to say knowledgeable in the field, but they're cutting corners, and it's costing staff and the city a lot of time to work with them. We heard here just a few contractors, people that do business with the city of Porterville. It's not a problem. The standards for the city of Porterville, they're standards for the state. Where we can cut regulations and where we can cut certain, I guess just assist in getting a project pushed forward, that's in the staff's best interest. So just bear with me here. I have a couple things because, again, in closed session when we discussed this, there wasn't a lot of data, kind of like what's in this report. And that's one of the things that I've kind of voiced my frustration of. There's not a lot of information when decisions are being made. We've isolated ourselves from removing ourselves from Cal Cities, where almost every city in the state of California is a member. And we talked about that when we made that decision. But this is where it comes into play. We have a city manager who's never done this before. We have, I think, 5 new directors that have been replaced out of 9. So you start to see where we're starting to create kind of our own bottleneck with institutional knowledge, with experience of how to deal with this. Now, speaking with staff members, previous staff members, directors, people who actually did this in the 70s, 80s, 90s, Porterville was a small town. The departments could deal with a lot of those projects. My father was a city engineer here in Porterville for over 20 years. Believe it or not, I did not have one conversation with him about this because I wanted to be a neutral conversation. But what I learned was that the reason why these were separated is because it's a lot. You're talking about grants. The number one thing that an engineer needs to do when they take their test, there's 4 values that they have on their test. And and they mix them up to see if the engineer will get it correct. Number 1 is public safety. That's their number 1 rule they have to follow from the state licensing board. They must always follow public safety. So if a project took a while to get resolved and figured out, it's because our city engineer took his time to make sure when he signed that document for approval that the public he thought of them first. It wasn't the cost to the builder, it wasn't the cost to the city or his personal time. It was to make sure that the project was for public safety. We have consultants already on the call. As to the Vice Mayor's comments, they've helped with numerous projects. But I'll give you an example in doing my research. The roads, the Westfield and Westwood area that a lot of people know where these homes are being built around Lombardi, we asked, and it was, I think about a year ago, maybe a little bit longer. I have to go back to my agenda and look, but it's all public record. We went for a consultant to see what that would cost to engineer and design those streets. $1.6 million. So we didn't have the money at the time. So council, city manager at the time looked at what did we actually need. We were able to scale it back and get it done for about $220,000, the minimal requirement to get that project going forward. But we also could have done that project in-house. We had a lot of other projects on at the time, but had we done that project in-house, it would have cost us, I think it was $400 and something thousand at a conservative rate. So $1.6 million versus 400, I think it was 400 and something thousand, $460,000. That's a price comparison from having in-house knowledge, in-house staff versus a consultant. A consultant, an engineer, a senior engineer from a local, I got a pay scale. A local, QK does a lot of our work, $250 an hour. I think our in-house one was maybe $50 is what we pay. So we already have kind of a consultant that kind of does this stuff. And so I'm going to ask a couple of questions briefly. When we were talking about this, city manager, we didn't get any kind of report or we didn't ask for a consultant to
to review our process. In fact, I think we just recently give out 2 contracts for somebody to look at reorganization and streamlining some of the stuff that we're ostensibly doing today. Why would we do 2 contracts to then kind of do the work ourselves through this motion?
Yeah, sure. The first contract is for economic development services. And the council made the decision to go with the firm, and I look forward to working with them. And I think in that contract, I don't see any nexus to what we're doing here tonight. The other agreement with the other firm, it is to look at internal processes and find where we can improve them. I think in our evaluation, we needed to, as we're coming up into the budget season, we're developing our preliminary budget, we needed to act now. Now we are revising their scope of work to continue on with their streamlining internal process, but to expand across now a single department rather than one.
But we didn't ask, previous to this major decision, we didn't ask a consultant or for any, like a salary to project value. We did no analysis.
Yeah, there was internal analysis for sure. I met, as well as the council, mayor specifically, we spent a lot of time meeting with developers to understand what our challenges are, and we received excellent feedback on what changes need to be made. We took that into consideration. From that, I've met with engineering staff from numerous cities that have operated under this model, asked them a lot of questions just to make sure how it's working. Would they recommend any changes? From that, we continue to discuss and evaluate the direction that we're moving. And then I think when we're evaluating every contract, we want to make sure it brings value. I didn't find value based on meeting with local developers, hearing from them directly what the pain points that they've experienced over decades, meeting with other cities to understand their model. I didn't think there was value in hiring a consultant for $300,000 to perform this work. We had that internal evaluation discussion, multiple staff were involved, and
So I kind of remember that discussion, but we were never told what cities.
Sure.
Porterville's 60,000 people. Were any of those cities 60,000 and over?
yeah, we heard some stories about Delano. I spoke to their staff there and understood. Tulare used to be our same population. I spoke to their city manager and understood what they were doing. Now they're a little bit larger, right, because of population growth, but within the same ballpark.
Tulare has this model?
Yeah, they outsource services for sure.
But they're under one department? I mean, they consolidated community development and engineering there?
No, that's a different topic, but there are cities that have consolidated.
Because Tulare did
too.
it 13 years ago.
Sure.
And a year later, they fired their city manager. So that's the example locally.
Please show respect.
Hanford's another similar-sized city. So we didn't get that data when we were talking about this. I mean, we probably talked about it for about 7 minutes. And a lot of this data wasn't in there as far as cost. I had to do a lot of my own homework because you're not providing it.
Well, if the council wanted that data, I'd absolutely do that. My job is to execute the priorities of the council.
That's my concern, is that you're executing not the council, it's just a few council members. Because if you would have, you would have we would make, please hold on, we don't have a lot of time. We would have all this data to make an educated decision.
It's interesting that we're discussing closed session, but you had the same opportunity, Councilman. If that was brought to my attention.
Absolutely.
I
But I
absolutely.
sit back like a fly on a wall just to see the process.
just to see. And I've had experience with past administration. And there was comments earlier about a debt and this and that. It's hard to, the way it's being framed is not the facts of on its surface. The way we spent COVID, it was COVID money, it wasn't our money. Unfortunately, there was rules with the money. It was given to the city, whether we like it or not. That council did what they did at that time. The debt to healthcare and all that stuff, those are things. I work for the school district. We have that same problem. You tell me an agency that doesn't have that problem. They all have these problems. And so I just don't like the way it's wrapped up in talking about our bonds. Yeah, add up the mortgage debt in Porterville and say that we're broke. No, we all have mortgages because we're making an investment in ourselves to make sure we can pay for it. Our credit rating is what, A plus? And that's through an audit. They keep hitting on, we got audited and they pointed out that there's some deficits. That has been public for years. They're not trying to hide it. What we're trying to do is it's like your mortgage debt, your car debt. You know, you still might, I have an 800 plus score, but I have debts. That doesn't mean I can't pay for my debts. And I'll get back to this part. The departments aren't running in the red, right? They're in the black. We have general funds. They create enough revenue. We're looking at the fee structure to increase to help mitigate it. But this isn't a budget thing, right? They're not. We have funds for it.
Yeah, at the moment, this is a structural decision,
Yeah,
right?
this is not a need. This isn't like we're going broke, we're facing bankruptcy. This is from a couple of people that say, let's restructure this, that have no experience running city government. That they remove themselves from Cal cities to learn what other cities are doing. They have economic challenges. They have development challenges. They choose not to go to those sessions to learn. You know, it's self-inflicted wounds. I'm not saying that we can't be better, but Mr. Leo spoke earlier. He's been here for less than a year. He was a vital part to this department to teach the younger ones to come in. What's really hard in our area is people get hired, get job experience, and unfortunately leave. And he was one who came back to teach the younger ones this process, the institutional knowledge. I appreciate somebody had brought that up. We're going to foster this out, and we're going to lose that institutional knowledge. What the other part of this is really interesting is we're still going to be spending the same money. And from my estimate, from all the people I talk to, it's a 3 times cost is what's going to end up happening. This job still needs to be done. All these jobs still need to be done, but they're going to be done by somebody who doesn't come from Porterville. And the other part is it's not just 19 jobs. What a lot of people don't understand, there's vacancies that haven't been filled. So these 19 people have been doing other jobs as well. They just haven't been filled. I think there's a total of possibly 10 other jobs that weren't filled. And so those jobs didn't go away, they just didn't get rehired. So it's not just 19, it's a potential of 29 jobs. And so I know this is on a consent calendar when we first discussed it. It's on a consent calendar because it's business as usual. Yeah. These are just standard things that we're going to do. And I hate to think that this was a standard thing that we were going to do, whether we all agree with it or not up here. These types of organizational shifts should be on a scheduled matter. I mean, we've already heard, it seems like this is something that's going to happen. I have a whole lot of information, but it seems like at this point, I mean, GSI alone, Rachel, man, I remember we had a few staff members come up and be recognized. Rachel didn't comment that she got recognized. Also, I think it's maybe my first year on as a council member. My goodness, what a GSI person does. How quickly you can go knock on the door or pick up a phone and call her when we had our flood fight. I mean, I don't know if the police chief can talk to how much she's utilized in police and fire, public works, all the mapping, all the zoning, everything that she does. And I think one of the things that we forget is when we need information, whether it's a council member or other departments, city manager, even city attorney for whatever matters, you could just knock on the door, go down the hall. Now when we hire a consultant, you get put in the queue. Are we the highest paid, or are we the highest paying customer that this consultant might have? is something that staff might need in a couple of hours, or a resident has a time crunch on a certain project, that they're gonna have to wait a week to hear back, versus staff member can prioritize that for them and get to it as soon as possible. So there's all kinds of holes in this that as far as I'm concerned. Initially, I heard the story. I felt like, okay, this is something that we can go with. I think, change isn't always bad. I get that part. But as I started to dig in, I realized from other municipalities that Porterville is a full-service city. And what I mean by a full-service city is we have our own police and fire. We have our own refuge department. We have our own water treatment facility. Porterville is big enough and has enough funding to have those services. And so a lot of these municipalities that contract out aren't big municipalities. They're actually smaller. Or they're grouped together where they have MOUs, they have agreements with other municipalities around them, so they collaborate together. Whether it's a consultant, is probably what happens. So I think I would love to table this for a little bit longer to get some more data, to get some more research, to see what may work or may not work. But I know there's already a motion on the table, but I would just ask to this table to get a little bit more data. But again, I'm typically that one of four.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Thank you, Councilman Beltran. This is not an easy one, as my colleagues have stated. I have some concerns, and I'm going to start with them right out the gate. I had former mayors and select developers call me before this agenda item was even out. Someone mentioned the good old boy system, or the deep state, which was what I would call it, is real. And people leaking from the inside is something that we really have to be better at as directors. And going forward, it's not okay that people know what's going on before the city mayor in this city on an agenda item. Ultimately, I campaigned on reducing regulation and trying to create growth in the city. And I appreciate this, Mr. Tree, because this is not an easy thing to bring forward. And what we're looking at is consolidating the Community Development Department and Engineering Department into one. And the goal is to streamline development services. As far as looking at some of the language in this agenda item, under the proposed structure, the city will rely primarily on consultant services to perform the most technical planning and engineering functions. Is that something we currently do today, Mr. Tree?
Yes, sir. It was spoken quite a bit tonight. Just for example, our city planner is outsourced and has been outsourced for years. We outsource our plan checking to a firm. We outsource our surveying to private build. So there's three, just to name it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And something that I've learned in my time, because I, like Councilman Beltran, got to work with the past council and leadership of this city. When we go to these consultant firms, it's usually tied to state and federal grants. And the reason being is because there's a time frame on that. And if we don't meet that time frame, the funding can get pulled. But when it comes to local developers, except a select few, it could take 2, 4, 6, 10 years to get a project through. You have proposed to eliminate 19 positions across the 2 departments, and then you're also proposing 2 department directors into 1 director. What I do appreciate with the 2 departments coming together is you cut out the overgrown bureaucracy. When we have to go between 2 departments, sometimes balls get dropped and they get left behind. And there are multiple small-time developers that talk about it. They might not be here tonight, but they are concerned that they're forgotten about. And I appreciate the professionalism of the staff that was in here tonight that spoke up. You guys are absolute professionals, and you brought your concerns, and a lot of you were very open about some of the issues and delays that we've had, and you pointed out some of the failures of past leadership, and I appreciate that from you. What I do like about this process, this doesn't mean we're just going to eliminate all 19. You're proposing this, but you have a meet and confer process where you're going to meet with staff and you're going to communicate. You'll also evaluate whether limited opportunities may exist for some impacted employees. And so to the employees here in the room tonight, show your worth. Work hard. Go, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to show what you mean to this city. This is where we're at. Like it's you have an opportunity to show the where you're in your seat at work, and you have this meeting time with the city manager and supporting staff. You have an opportunity to sell yourself and show what you do every day. That is the right approach. If you're one to be calling in sick or going out on stress leave or finding reasons not to produce because of the actions of this council, because of the actions of this city, that is a poor approach. As we go down this road, it also talks about updates to developer fees to better reflect the cost of providing development. I understand that as we go down this road, we're hoping to be at a net zero. This could end up costing more. We could have to change direction. But something that stands out to me, and Councilman Beltran talked about his father working here 20 years ago. When was the last time we raised fees on developers in this city?
Over 20 years.
Okay. So what's been going on is the taxpayers are subsidizing developers. As we go down this road, we gave the opportunities for developers, contractors to hire their own CEQA consultant. And what I like about that approach is the private sector can hold their own private sector accountable on delivery times. As we go down this road, and if this is voted in tonight, it doesn't mean this happens tomorrow. This is going to be a process. What I'd like to see in the future is that we open the doors, instead of just our own consultants, we allow contractors to hire their own consultants. On your org here, you are going to have a planning manager, and there will be positions to check the work that comes in. And so we're still going to make sure that it's to city standards. And like I said, there is still opportunity for people to earn their spot on the team. This isn't just a cut. With that, we have a first and a second. Councilman Beltran, your motion dies from the lack of a second. Let's call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on. Okay, moving on to 1234 reports. This is time for all 1234 reports required to pursuant to government code. Link Committee, Councilman Beltran.
Do we want to wait for it to get quiet a little bit?
Yeah,
I'll push through. I'll push through.
Clear now. I gotta run and hide.
So the Link Committee committee met on March 4th at 3 p.m. It was a pretty standard meeting, nothing really surprising. The minutes were approved from February 4th. The budget remained the same at $5,217.61. There was a Porterville Navigation Center update. Both emergency and bridge housing were full. They reported that there was 1 individual housed and 3 were pending. The showers and restrooms use have been steady, and there have been no issues. The Link Subcommittee gave an update. There was an update on the construction of the permanent showers and kitchen dining area, the anticipation of that being completed at the end of March if there are no issues that arise. We did discuss signage for the showers and for the days and times of operation. A lot of people come up and they're not sure when PNC has their feeding, which is breakfast and lunch. So we're discussing signage. We did discuss an ongoing challenge with having barbers at the Link events. That's a very popular service that's provided. So if there's anybody out there who would like to volunteer their time, especially for women looking to have their hair just maintained by somebody who knows how to do that. It's not like a guy where you just kind of chop it off. But we'd love to reach out to me or any of the Link Committee members or stop by PNC. They can give you some further information. We talked about legal services. I think we had somebody come once before, and that was really important. A lot of these individuals experiencing homelessness have a lot of legal issues. Maybe it's stuff with their children or other services that they could really help. So if there's anybody out there that could help with legal services and documentation for individuals, please reach out to us. We discussed planning of the next year's drive-through dinner, which is our main fundraiser that helps pay for the winter coat drive and the point-in-time count that we do in January for incentives for those individuals that participate. There was also a brief discussion to collaborate with the Tule River Parkway for some type of a music or art project for those experiencing homelessness. Then we went on to other matters. We discussed briefly the new rescue mission. This is shortly after the closure of the armory. At that time, they've had 4 to 7 individuals staying at the new rescue mission. We discussed some challenges with the HMIS system. And the main part of that discussion was individuals who are experiencing homelessness then get into housing, and it's a voluntary service once they get into housing if their social workers or other program providers continue supporting them. And a lot of them voluntarily say that they no longer want assistance. And unfortunately, I won't say a majority of them, but it's typical that many of them start to slip into bad habits or get themselves into a situation where they may lose that housing. And so it was just really difficult working with the HMIS system because the system tracks all the services that these individuals may have. And unfortunately, kind of what happens in foster care, once somebody turns 18, they no longer in the system. And so this is happening with the homeless. And so that wraparound care and follow-up care after they get housed is very vital. And there's a gap in that service. And so we discussed that for quite a while. With that, the next meeting will be April 1st at 3 p.m. across the street, the second story Thurman Conference Room. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, or excuse me, Tule East Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Councilman Green.
Yeah, well, one thing I didn't notice here, maybe I might ask Mr. Robert Alva. Robert, did you have any notes from March 4th? Because it kind of got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, I do. So the meeting was called.
Great, thank you. I'll let you take the floor.
Okay, so the meeting was held on March 4th, 2026. It was called to order at 9:03. No public comment, no conflicts of interest. Action items: approved the TEGSA JPA minutes from February 16, 2026. Reviewed and considered taking action at the next TEGSA board meeting to establish a schedule of regular board meetings and location. Took action to enter an agreement with the City of Porterville to provide operational and administrative service for TEGSA staff. Director Green abstained. A motion was passed. Information and discussed items include the GSA status. TGSA became a GSA on February 23rd, 2026. Public hearing was scheduled for March 11th, 2026, to include the city of Porterville as part of the GSA and start the 90-day notice period. Tulare County contacted TEGSA regarding reviewing well permit applications. It was determined that TEGSA would obtain copies of the well permits but not be involved in the approval process at this time and wait until the GSP is developed. AB 568, the Macedo Legal Counsel Lane reported AB 568 legislation to become a special act district is still moving and communicated this with the county. She will continue to monitor AB 568. There was no closed session, and meeting was adjourned at 9:40, and the next meeting was March 11th, 2026.
Hey, I think I want you for my secretary, Robert. You're better at this than I am, buddy, I tell you. So I will take the next one on, we were called to order just after 9 o'clock on March 11th, 2025. There were no open to public comments, and there were none. City of Porterville was unanimously approved to be added to the Tule East GSA. And then the board adopted resolution 2026-01 to serve area covered by City of Porterville. Board directed staff to proceed to prepare a budget for next fiscal year, and also I think for the remainder of this fiscal year. Board approved, action approved Rogelio Cadillo as executive director of Tule East GSA. Authorized entering an agreement with Four Creeks to provide basin safe accounting for the Tule East GSA Joint Powers Agreement. Authorized submittal of application to DWR for possible available grant funds to help fund the GSA. Authorized participation in Tule Subbasin Monitoring Network and cost allegation to Tule East GSA, which in part would be the cost for subsidence monitoring on certain reaches of the Bryant-Kern Canal. And pretty much after that, the meeting was adjourned. There was no action taken on a hiring of an hydrologist for the short term. The RFP for development or fee or assessments has been postponed till April 21st. Meeting was adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Director. Heritage Committee met March 9th. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say outstanding work by Deputy Moore. We're making steady progress and having a lot of fun in that meeting. We had a guest from the Exchange Club talking about some things you might do with the Westfield Bridge, and I really like those ideas they came up with. They might put a banner, Land of the Free and Home of the Brave on the bridge, so when people are driving through town, they can see that and for a 250th. We finished and completed the first responders mural in coordination with the art class over at the PC Everett Porterville College, and it looks great. I had this weird email I got today. Somebody was trying to say it was communist. It's like, wow. It looks great, and I think that there might be an issue with, I know they're doing some construction over there, so they might come in and put in an electrical panel that might go over part of it. They may have to come and touch it up, unfortunately, but it was their first one that they had done, and the lift that they were using, they wanted to go higher, but we wanted to make sure we're safe, and so they didn't put it up as high as I think they could have. But lesson learned, we'll learn from that on the future ones. And so we talked about some of the future ones that we would do. There's an image that was captured in the Heritage Committee, and one of the members brought the image. He had bought it from eBay, and it's an image from early Porterville of the parade and all the patriotic stuff that we do in our city, and it looks a lot like what we have downtown right now. And it was from about 100 years ago, and they've since shared that picture with the museum. It's now in the museum, and it generated some good discussion around maybe doing a mural that depicts our parade and the patriotic parade as one of the mural ideas, and lest we forget. The editor of the paper was there. It was really great to see Charles. He came in, he had some great ideas for the 50th anniversary. I think this was already written in the paper, so some of you may have already read about this, but they're doing the 50-year reunion for Monache and Porterville, and there were some band members that may be still in that cadre of folks that are at the 50th anniversary, and so they're invited to come and help us with the Freedom Fest and maybe help us with the dedication of the Washington Monument. They're very excited about that. I know that Charles was anyway, and he seemed to think that they would really enjoy that. So he took it on himself. He's going to lead that part, so excited to see Charles getting involved. We have, let's see, we're starting to coordinate with local school bands, and we're looking to the military academy also, maybe have some flag folding demonstrations for some of the things that we're doing. So we're going to have another meeting coming up soon, but we made a lot of progress in moving forward with the whole general momentum of going through the spring and continuing to enhance the process. Each time we have an event, we're adding some things to it that have a flavor of 100 and 250, and I'm really excited to be part of that. I know that there's an excellent event coming up in September. We're still working on the final date, but it's looking like Constitution Week when we'll dedicate the Washington Monument, and we're going to put a plaque that's from the Daughters of the American Revolution. And it's really an honor to be able to be associated with their organization and get that national recognition and recognition in our state and our county. So it does all harken back to the farmer, and really getting a lot of good participation and a lot of great ideas, and we'll continue to meet regularly and continue to build on that. That's what I have, Mayor.
Very well done, Vice Mayor. And another great thing coming out of the Heritage meeting, agenda item number 6 tonight that's already passed for the mural downtown on where the subway building is, where people would mostly be able to think of it, but Oak and Main Street will be replacing those metal murals, putting up some new ones. Looking forward to seeing that project come forward. Okay, with that, we will move on to the Mighty 190 meeting. I wasn't able to attend, City Manager.
Yeah, I have some notes from the meeting from staff. The meeting was not a regular meeting, but a meeting to increase partner awareness, engagement, and collaboration along the Mighty 190 and to encourage strengthening partnerships. The Chamber gave a presentation regarding the economic impact of tourism, and they estimated that the revenue sales tax and state and local tax revenue for Tulare County is estimated about $56 million. And employs approximately 6,300 people countywide. The groups, there's a bunch of groups that are committed to making tourism on the Mighty 190 a success. Just to name a few, the city is involved, the National Park Service, U.S. Forest Service, Visit California, Discover the Sequoias, Discover Tulare County, and the Mighty 190. City staff spoke about the Mighty 190 website as a resource to discover annual events, City of Porterville attractions, and also the Mighty 190 attraction maps. They also discussed how the City of Porterville can support businesses with their business incentives and support. There was also a presentation from the Springville Chamber that spoke on Springville events and attractions, and then Jamie Osborne, owner of the station, spoke on more Springville attractions as well as the surrounding area. And then lastly, Kathy Capone of the Tule River Parkway Association spoke about her upcoming events and informed that these events are conducted annually.
Thank you, City Manager. Mr. Green, you already covered the Tule East.
I did, yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, Tulare County Association of Governance, myself, Councilman Rivas, and City Manager Tree attended. We met March 16th. Transportation Development Act claims City of Porterville received $25,000 for street and roads, and then $3.9 million for transit. We discussed the federal funded projects like West Street realignment, so $1.1 million project. And Caltrans gave a report on some of the activities that are being done around in our area. Same stuff. We're seeing it on Westwood and 190, and then the Rockford roundabout is what they're calling it, but it's the street that Rockford's on and 190. With that, year to date, some good news. Revenues are up. There's 35 million so far brought in this year, which is 4.3% compared to last year. So hopefully we're on an economic upward approach. Upturn, yes, we need it. Next meeting is scheduled for April 20th. And with that, we'll move on to oral communication. This is a time, if you'd like to address the council, come up, please.
Jean Valfeanis, information on record. I'd like to recommend everyone who's listening tonight at home, on your phones, or listening in the future, or hearing us in the audience, please get a copy of today's Porterville Recorder. Go to the opinion page. Article written by Michael Carley clearly lays out what certain members on this council's intentions are. Read it. You'll really get an open eye as to what we were all here in the audience trying to tell you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
For those who want to catch what I wasn't able to state tonight, the written version that I gave to the council members has been sent to the recorder in the form of 2 letters to the editor, which hopefully will be in there tomorrow or the day after. I really want to thank the council for so wonderfully inviting everybody up here to speak to deaf ears, to be able to tell you what we thought of what you were already decided to do. And that was pretty obvious. I mean, reading a response to, forget it. Anyway, it was a mess. And as far as consultants, as far as size, 1965, there were about 25,000 people in Porterville. The city had an engineering staff of 2, a draftsman and a surveyor. That was it. Oh, in the summer we had a temp, that was me. But it was those 2, the engineering was outsourced. But as it grew, it needed to get more centralized, and so they put in a full-fledged engineering department, their own engineers and everything. Organizations do not consolidate when they are growing. They consolidate when they're going bankrupt, when they're losing money, when they're shrinking. If they want to grow, they expand. They put in new departments, they specialize. All we need now is what? Maybe to combine the police department with waste disposal? That ought to be really exciting. Gives a whole new place to put criminals. Or combine waste disposal with the fire department or with the water department. That should go over real well too. No, come on, for God's sake. We got 64,000 people in town. Vice Mayor says we're going to reach Visalia size in a few years. We're not going to do it by shrinking. We're not going to do it by crawling in on ourselves. And what about this? You're going to dump 19 people, but you turn right around and say, oh, but we're going to find places for those somewhere. Now, how are you saving any money if you're just moving them from one department to another? Doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Consultant-wise, when I was operations superintendent for Pixley Irrigation District, we were putting in new ditches on the west side. We outsourced our engineering and our surveying. But it was me, the guy on the ground, the guy who was employed there, who discovered 2 major errors in the survey work. One survey error resulted in a ditch that wouldn't operate because it was running the wrong direction vertically. The other one wound up with a ditch that was running across private land because the surveyor had made a mistake on where the center line was. So don't just think you're going to solve all your problems by outsourcing. Keep some people in here who know what's going on. Keep some people here with institutional memory. And if you're going to outsource, start right there.
Thank you, sir.
Evening, gentlemen. Alexis Espinoza, address probably isn't on record, but I live in Porterville. I will say this every time a big topic comes up and then everybody leaves, I get very discouraged, although I do understand that probably not a whole bunch of people had anything nice to say. 6.5 for a house is crazy. But I do want you guys to realize that that project went through your current staff. You say you want to take care of them, but I think it should be at least transparent to your employees how you're going to do that. Maybe not the public, because like that's like inner stuff, but I think there's some concern with the employees on how that's going to happen. Mr. Beltran, you said that this may be standard, and I hate to point this out, but it seems like it might be because Mr. McCurvey, you did say this is not the end, it's just the beginning. So it's a little ominous to hear that, if I'm interpreting it correctly, there may be more city cuts for employees in the future. Could be wrong, I'll wait to see. Also, Mr. Tree, you said there's opportunities for the council to discuss in closed session, logistics and numbers and data. However, when it comes to matters like this, closed session is very private. We don't know what goes on in there for fair reason. It's legal, I understand completely. But when it comes to matters like this, I think data and numbers that can be shared should be just for public knowledge. Mr. Mayor, you said, show your worth, work hard. I know you do a lot of work on this council, but I employ all 5 of you to do the same. It is an election season, as you know. These are not tryouts and these are not additions. These are already people you have hired to the city. On a happier note, Murray Park looks great. I don't know who did that, but it looks awesome. And to finish, Mr. Beltran, I already volunteered doing haircuts at the Mission and would love to extend my services to the Navigation Center. Thank you guys for your time tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Diane Wagner. This is just a stream of consciousness. I don't have anything written down, but you know, friends in here who've left and who were still in here have said, you know, come up and kill them with kindness. We can't do that anymore. You don't listen. You don't care about the people. And when you talk about the petitions that 500 people signed in a very short amount of time to try to retain jobs in this town, you dismiss it as though those people are somewhere else. Every person just about that signed that petition is in town. And so let me say this to you. I'm not killing you with kindness anymore. I got some things I want to say, and they're really going to piss you off right now. Mr. Rivas, you cheated to get up there. I hope the state attorney general and the district attorney investigate you. You, Mr. McCurvey, need to be recalled right now. And if I could find somebody who would fund that, I'd start that process. You do not belong up there. You should never be reelected. And Mr. Green, you sleep through everything. So you seem like a nice guy, but you are following these other clowns, and I don't get it. I would suggest that you start thinking for yourself. Mr. Beltran, thank you. We don't agree on our politics, but you do stand up for the city. And Mr. Tree, you're totally unqualified for that position. I'm stating it right now. Julia, thank you for everything you've done to safeguard this city. I know you're leaving. It's all out in the thing. You have been an excellent attorney, and we are losing out. So let me tell you, no more kindness. I want you to understand that. And city employees, those were not the last city employees. You need to be getting some attorneys and protecting your jobs because, oh, Parks and Leisure, that can be contracted out. You know, people who mow the lawn, they're just lawn mowers. Oh, the wastewater treatment plant people, and I've experienced that when I worked for the wastewater treatment plant. They contracted it out, and within just a number of years, it came back to the city, totally demolished. You are going to spend 2.5 more times at a minimum to contract out engineering and planning services. Don't tell us it is a matter of saving costs. You have understaffed those departments. They can't do their job, and you have forced them into this position. Hire the people for the money you're going to be spending to contract out, and keep my friends and neighbors employed and keep their money in this town. You are incompetent, and you do not deserve to be up on that dais. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
To lay address on file, I didn't get the answers I needed, and that's a shame. I'm so perplexed. It's as if I don't matter. I don't. Mr. Meister, I am your customer. It's your job to let me know what's going on and answer my questions, and you're not doing that. It sounds like consent ended at the ballot box. When I urge you, it's every day. It's every opportunity. You're a public servant. You're looking at how can I serve the people. In my job, when something doesn't get done, I look at myself first. When my employees don't get a certain thing done, I look, what did I do wrong? How could I have explained that? And you didn't do that tonight. It sounded like you just had a decision to make. And to tell people do better, oh my God. I'm a private, I would never tell my own staff to do that. That is callous. In their worst moment, these people just lost their job. I mean, they're losing their job. They're trying to figure out how they're going to pay their rent. We talk about unhoused people. We talk about and we're letting jobs go. And I still don't see a savings. You talk about, Mr. McCurvey, how we're in debt. That never was answered. It's net zero. How do we lose 19 jobs, maybe a couple $1 million, and we're net zero? I'm just disappointed. I'm really disappointed. And I'm just shaken up right now. I apologize. And I want to take the moment to say, if Julie, you're leaving, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to get to know you as a human being, and you've made an impact in a short time. It's just power, man, I know it. Sometimes you get up there and you get power, and I'm reminded by somebody, a council or a school district, their job as a board is to hire the city manager and let them do the rest, and you're micromanaging, in my opinion. And that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. And I think you're going about the problem all wrong with growth. It's not, there's challenges with our city. It's not the people. In fact, it's the people that do the most work here and that promote growth. And I'm really concerned that the last meeting, my experience was the city manager didn't have a say when you asked their opinion, but now there's an opinion all of a sudden on this. So it's inconsistent. Either you have an opinion or not. And lastly, on Mr. Green, this was such an impactful decision. Like, you got to say something, man. You've got to show to your constituents that there's some critical thinking going on. And I was really hoping tonight that Mr. Rivas, I was really counting on Mr. Rivas, Mr. Green, and Mr. Beltran to kind of save this. And it hurts my feelings. It really does. It really does, because I know. And yeah, it just feels real politicky, and I'm out of words, and I'm hurt, and I'm still just as confused as I did walking in as I am walking out. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh.
Hello, my name is Elysium Rose, and I am a resident of Porterville. You are public servants, and you're not listening to the public who elected you. You want to build monuments and put up banners, and we can apparently afford that, yet need to cut jobs. Let's see. One of which belongs to a person who dropped everything to help with the flood of 2023, apparently, at midnight. And you say, prove yourself, when again, one of those people dropped everything at midnight to help during a flood. That is somebody you want on staff. You know, I am studying the science of organizations and leading them at school as my university major. When people are overloaded with work at their job, their performance at their job actually drops. Do you think that maybe if there's a clog in how all this is working, it's because 19 people are apparently doing the job of 29 people, and now you want to downsize more? You want these people who are doing even more than they were hired for to prove themselves, they already have. Do better. The people can only do as good as their leadership. You are failing the people of this city, the people who elected you. You, Mr. Green, aren't speaking up on issues. How do we know where you stand if you're not going to speak up on issues? As a public servant, you can't just keep your opinion to yourself. The people have a right to know where you stand on these things. You need to listen to the people of this city. Being an elected official is being elected to serve the people. You don't just get up there and get to unilaterally decide things. You didn't even ask if there was a second to Mr. Beltran up here. You just went ahead. That's not how we are supposed to do things. You can't just bulldoze your way through. Also, all of the bureaucracy is because we as a society have to function on rules. Those rules are what keep us from, going bonkers. You're not listening to your constituents, and those constituents will make it known that they are not happy with how you are running things here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brock Neely, address on record. If you're really interested in generating economic growth, the number one engine for economic growth is to increase the mean average education level. You're doing nothing for that. That then increases wages, which means, okay, now more businesses are going to look at us because now we have more people with more money to spend. You're not helping with that. So what are you doing? You're taking credit for all the road work that was approved by the previous council and other projects that were approved by the previous council. Oh, but you're blaming the city for things that the county did. You're just nothing but a farce. And I saw something that looked very, very similar to this last Tuesday at Visalia Unified, when one of your buddies told everybody in the community that this is just a teachable moment because there were homophobic slurs at a high school when they should have known better. You're a disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Corey Wells. I'm not here to state my opinion on item 15, but I am here to state my opinion and observations that have on the behavior of Mr. Beltran, and I appreciate that the time was cut to 2 minutes. Most cities around the state is actually 2 minutes, and so 3 minutes is very generous. But it's great that you guys keep it at 3 minutes. Artificial barriers that we construct around ourselves to keep ourselves from, associating with, or even though, and it's, especially when it comes to politics. And that's what you have done, Raymond. And so when I hear you say you're not included in the process or the talk of what's going on, I don't believe you. You are, and if you're not trying, because you're creating artificial barriers. And just to highlight an example is when I reached out to you to tell you about how our neighborhood felon, who has a felony for stalking and is a complete incel, he's been harassing you more, even though you have a restraining order on him. And what your response to me was, don't talk to me. And then you blocked me from Porterville FYI, even though I wasn't talking on there. We've had dozens of people come up on to this dais and say that they've been blocked on Porterville FYI, and you have not unblocked them. It's very clear that you and your wife are out spreading slander and libel against your colleagues. It's wrong. What you're doing is political. And to my friend that said that I'm a liar, it's all on the record. It's all here. And it's what they testified is on YouTube. Your father assaulting somebody in these chambers, that's on YouTube. That person who your father drove by their house and then you went and tried to revoke their business license, that's also on video on YouTube. It's all there. And you're out here making everything political. You're leaking things to the public about what's in closed session, and that's very obvious. I didn't even know that Julia was leaving. That it could have just been a negotiation of her salary, who knows? But apparently, a member of the public knows this. It's a closed session item. So, Well,
Please show respect.
What is it for then? It could have been a renegotiated salary. I like Julia. There's so many other things that I could call you out on the lies you said over the past year, but you're out of line, dude.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Grow up.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I guess I'm the closer. You know, I find it interesting the level of negative comments from, you know, what is the nouveau status quo. When I campaigned 14 years ago, I was battling against the good old boys, which were the conservatives that ran the town for a long time. In the last 12 years, we've had a bunch of leftist councils that pretty much controlled it, and they are not going down without a fight. I mean, accusing everybody of you know, horrible behavior when it just sounds like we're trying to watch the money, you know. And then the personal attacks. AJ, wonderful. I think I've ever heard you say a mean thing about anybody. Ed, a lot of intellect, a lot of numbers, can't argue with him. Got the mayor, you know, he's the point of the spear. He's there. And you know what, Stan? I talked to you, I think, today, as a matter of fact, and I find you a very engaging and intelligent man, and who represents the demographic. So for these guys to slam you, you know what I mean, you know, because they don't have the argument or they don't have the power, you know, seems, you know, veiled. And Ray, I think you do. I'm glad you're there, man. You're the contrarian, and I've been a contrarian before, so, you know, I don't care what any of these people say, you know. But all that being said, you know, we got to do something, man. I mean, what I'm hearing out here is do nothing. It's perfect. You know, don't change a thing. And for Taha to tell us, you know, to give a lecture us about, you know, employees, I know a half a dozen employees that told me that he fired them. So I just think it's hypocritical where everybody seems to dogpile, but no one wants to, you know, admit their own foibles and stuff. So, you know, I don't know if what you're doing is right, but I think you're doing, you know, watching for the city of Porterville, and I applaud you for it. Thanks for sticking with us. See ya.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Yeah, Grant Wagner. This is just from the heart. This is not how this should run. This number 15 is stupid. Many of us have lived through similar occurrences. It's dumb. This council, the council that's going to be remaining after this election, half your legacy is already written in the silliness of the library, the dragging your heels on that, and settling for your voters, you know, half of a building. Oh, we have $100 million in reserve. Well, that's great. Let's take care of business. We do have an undereducated youth group, and that is what libraries are needed for. Well, what you've done tonight, if you continue with it and continue further, is you're going to be known as the city council that privatized this city, that destroyed this city's infrastructure, this administration. It's wrong. You need to, we're not against you. My God, I'm going to agree with Shelton. You know, yeah, ow. It's like, we want you to do something for the people of this city. 72% Hispanic. And all we hear is infighting and for people, you know, rubber stamping and doing it. You know, bless your hearts, you know, some of you guys I know have opinions, but you don't express it because there's a block. Get over it. We elected you guys here to be free thinkers and to do what's best for your district, so please just do it. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Good evening, council. A wild night. You guys took the punches. You've all heard my rumor. You've all heard the rumor. You all know I want to run. You all know, you've all heard it. And this isn't new. It's been going on for a while. Greg, I've been able to talk to you a little bit. Mr. McCurvey,
Very little. AJ, I saw you at First Friday Coffee. I couldn't get 5 seconds from you. Mr. Green, I haven't met you yet. But that's not on you. That's partially on me. I have the ability to come up and meet you. You would think, since I want to join this council, that you guys would come up to me and want to know what I'm about. None of you have. I'm wide open. Come and see me anytime you want. We can sit down and we can talk. Even after tonight, I still want to be up on that team. I want to help the city be the best it can be. You don't want me to show my worth. I've rallied this community before, and I'll do it again. I'll bring a freight train through the city. I want to be up there, and I want to make the city better. I want to work with you guys. But you guys haven't reached out to me, and you know what that shows me? The same thing you showed the staff you just laid off.
Thank you, Mr. Bowler.
Adrian Moraga, Prospect and West Grand Avenue. Hell of a night, guys, hell of a night. Just came up here to give you a positive note. You guys are doing the job you're trying to do. That item 15 was very, it was hard. I know you guys I know that's 19 jobs, but I did like the part, which nobody brought up, that you're going to try to move them to a different department, try to keep them on, and that's, at least there's that. So with that, have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Nick Walls, my address is on record. Tonight was a hard night. To be honest with you, my heart's a little bit broken for the families that lost their jobs tonight. I went out in the hall and they all met down here, and I got to see the repercussion of that. And it was heartbreaking. They were out there crying because they felt worthless. And I don't believe it was, the comments that was made was meant to be an arrow shot at them to put them down. I believe that it had good intentions. I think the language was a little bit off. And I would hope that they would be spoken to and apologized to for being made felt that way. If you saw them out there crying and hugging each other, you would understand what I'm talking about. It was bad. I'm not saying I'm for what happened or against. I'm just saying I saw the repercussions of it, and a statement that was made really hurt them. And they have put in a lot of time, a lot of hard work in our community. I see their worth. We see it all the time. They're working everywhere. So I would have to say, with all due respect, Mr. Meister, I disagree with what you said. And I would hope that you would make that right with them. They have showed their worth, and as well as anybody else that's employed by the city. And for that statement to be made was just a stab in their back, man, on their way out. With all due respect.
Thank you, sir. Okay, with that, we will close oral communication and go to other matters. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I'll start by the Wall of Fame ceremony will be on March 27th. It's a Friday at 12 p.m. across the street at Centennial Park. I welcome the community to come out and enjoy these new inductees. Also, the following day, Spring Fest, that's on Saturday, March 28th, from 10 to, I think, 3 p.m. And I will have a booth there as a city council member, so I ask the community members if you have any questions or just want to say hello. I think I'll have a couple of surveys. The community development team, we're doing a survey right now, and so I'll have some applications there. You don't have to put any name, any personal data on there. It's just fill it out and submit it, and that really helps with our CDBG funds. They go to parks, deal with homelessness and some other issues. So I just hope the community comes out and stop by and say hi. I have if you guys want to engage with me, I'm on Facebook. I have a city council profile. If you look that up, I have some videos posted that I did a couple of Q&A sessions. This last month I did a February city council recap. I kind of reviewed the actions that were taken. I pulled a couple of items and kind of spoke a little bit more in depth to kind of to help the residents understand either my process or just what that had to do with a little bit more in depth. And I'll be doing it for March as well. I'll do a recap of the earlier March meeting and tonight's meeting and kind of give just a recap of what I was, voting on and some of the things that were talked about. There was a couple of comments about me. It's kind of unusual, but I appreciate that. Makes me sharper, make sure I'm doing my job properly. Some of the comments about some of the things that were said, I'll probably have it in my recap in one of my videos about business permit, and I'll probably discuss the staff report of all the violations. It's not a matter of picking on anybody. It's just a matter of being a good steward. When you're given a license, there's things that you're supposed to follow and do, and when you're not, we look at that. Today we revoked 3 licenses. So that process happens every once in a while. And so when you're not following the rules and you're warned over and over again, as that report will state if anybody wants to read it, that's why I make my decisions. I try not to speak too much up here, but when I speak, I try to make sure it's with the information I have. Lastly, I'll leave with just truth be told, things aren't well with the city as much as we want to pretend it is. And stuff like tonight was heavy, and I spoke about it earlier. I have really lost my faith in our administrator to be able to do what they're going to do tomorrow, or we're going to be meeting about city attorney's position. And again, I reiterated, there's 5 new directors out of 9 here. And to the vice mayor's point, he made, I don't think he realized what he said, is they're not done. So there is an election this year. I don't plan to run a second term, unfortunately. I wish I could. But circumstances, I'm not able to. But just know there's an election this year. There was a meeting, I don't know if it's this week or next week, with the county for the elections and all that process. And so hopefully the city will be able to get out that information to the constituents. If you're in District 1 or District 2, that you want to pull papers, and all that information should be made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
No, Mayor, I do not. Thank you.
Councilman Rivas.
No comments.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, just want to echo some of those comments of my colleague, Mr. Beltran. It is tough, and we do need to change direction, and everybody knows it. Change is hard. And, we've had to make some difficult decisions. I am confident that our city staff will continue to do the right thing and take care of this process so that we can provide a streamlined process so that we can develop some growth in this city. And when I say we're just getting started, this is a change organization now. You elected 3 new members in the last election, and we're trying to change the course of the city towards more service-oriented, and supporting our people across the whole city. And there's a lot of opportunity in our city to get better. Every department can be better. And so don't misconstrue the things that I say because you want to use it for political talking points, but you're going to do it anyway. The rage that comes up here doesn't stop, and half the people aren't even from Porterville that come up here. And they continue to be activists, and they continue to get legal or information from the sitting councilman, and it's all coordinated on Facebook. And, guys, power to you. You're doing a good job pulling together and getting this together. And it makes the meeting last longer, but I think we all really want to just do better. And the way that we do it is always different. The glass is half full to some, and the glass is half empty to others. And that's just how it is. It's a Rorschach test. What I would say to you guys is, be confident. We really do care about this city. We really are trying to make good change. You've seen a lot of good change already. There's going to be some tough decisions that we'll all make from time to time. When you over-politicize these situations, it just slows the process down and makes everybody emotional. Let's pull together and try to lift each other up and encourage one another instead of coming up and raging against each other, because it's not helpful. We continue to hear a lot of discussion, I hear from the audience a lot of negativity that is coordinated. And, it's getting old. But we're here to do the job, and you know, if you want to continue to just go to change.org and use the San Francisco-based organization and continue to be completely affiliated with Black Lives Matter and all these other things that you guys do, that's fine.
Please show
The public sees it. Everyone sees it. It's all out there. You put it in your own writing, and you're acting like you're better than everybody else, but you don't represent the whole city. And so you got to really dial it back. You continue to say that we're up here are upset with you. You can't see yourself, can you? Just try to check yourself, because we all really do care about the city. Even though you're raging out there, I'm not upset with you. This is, you know, the way you're venting, that's fine, but I don't think it's good for the public weal, and I don't think it's very helpful. The decision tonight was difficult. I think it's going in the right direction, and I have confidence that this city staff will take care of this in a way that makes sure that we support the people. And the conversation from Lee is really important, because the way that you do these things are never easy. And we got to make sure we're taking care of all of our people. Thank you for those comments. And thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. With agenda item number 11, we did not revoke the business license tonight. That is on the massage parlors that we busted, 3 of them. And thank you, Lee Qualls, for, if you're still in here, for bringing that forward to us. That is going to be set for a public hearing at the next meeting. As we go into this, I want to just voice my concern for the next council meeting that we add teeth after we revoke the licenses. And I think it's the right thing to do. But I can't speak that into, if the council revokes the licenses, I think that we need to add teeth into the way these businesses keep coming to town. So this is the second time in my 3 years on the dais that this has happened. And so we need to look at the language for the business permitting process for these massage parlors and make sure that maybe they're local folks. I don't know what the angle is to protect the city of Porterville, but we have to do a better job on that as far as this development ordinance, or the ordinance for massage parlors. You know, worth is probably my favorite word in the English language. Worth. Show your worth. It's work ethic. You work hard, you're going to do well in life. And I could see in a position where you're threatened of losing your job. It could be offensive, and it's not necessarily the way I want you to take it, but you are a human and you're going to take it the way you're going to take it. I'm not going to apologize for it, because I mean it. There's still opportunity. These people aren't just getting laid off. There's a meeting, and you're going to consult with them. There's going to be a direction, and you have an opportunity to sell yourself and show your worth. Show what you provide for this city and that you're a needed resource. And so you never want to offend anybody, but this was a very difficult decision tonight. It was not a fun one. With the war in Iran and being that we've had our border open for 4 years, and we had terror cell organizations come into our country, and there's also the talk of Iranian drones flying over California wanting to make attacks. I've had some constituents reach out to me in concerns. And one thing I would recommend for all families, all constituents of Porterville, is be prepared. Once again, show worth. Prepare for yourself, right? Have food, have water. Be prepared for a natural disaster or any kind of attack. But if there was to be a terror attack, they would want to hit our electrical grid. And I think that's pretty well known. And with the electrical grid, we'd lose water and power, right? So one thing, I've talked with our city manager and deputy city manager, and I actually took action on this 3 years ago with the past administration, as far as having a plan to be able to at least keep our wells running if there was a terror, and God forbid it, but if there is something of that magnitude, we should be prepared as a city to still at least be able to supply water and sewage infrastructure. And I'm not making a motion here, but I'm making a request that we look into this public works side and make sure that we have the capability in a natural disaster or a terror attack of some nature that we could still supply those resources. I'll leave it at that. I really appreciate the hard work of staff. We're not up here just to try to get rid of folks. We're trying to streamline. We're trying to deliver for this city. We are behind in so many areas. And this approach, ultimately, the only way we're going to fix things is create an economic boom in Porterville. We have to grow ourselves out of these areas. You know, there's new technology that's in our face with AI that can do a lot of work. And you know, this is really tough decisions, but ultimately we're trying to do our very best. And we can always change course. This isn't something that isn't. If it's not working, we could go back. So, Mr. Tree, I'll hand it back to you. Go ahead and close this out, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize staff. They've worked quite a bit to bring on the Tula East GSA folks from our HR department, conducting the onboarding and orientation efforts, our public works staff making office space available, and IT supporting their needs. Great job. We had to do that in a very little amount of time, but we made it happen. Also want to recognize our public safety departments, fire and PD. We had a busy weekend. Outstanding job. Continue to do the good work. I appreciate it. Outstanding job. And speaking of outstanding, we had a really fun event that our Parks and Leisure staff conducted this past Saturday. Keep up the good work on continuing to provide outstanding events and services for our community. The fishing derby this past Saturday was another fun event. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, and meeting